Hey, I'm finally here. Hey. Oh my gosh. Okay. Just took it a leave from my back. Thank you, Whisper to Me, for letting everybody know. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for hanging in. It's going to be worth it. I'm going to tell you that. It's going to definitely be worth it. I don't even know all the stuff that I got. I got an email. I requested the information a few days ago from the oh my gosh. I want to say sheriff's office, but it's not the sheriff's office. It's the district attorney. The district attorney. I got a letter from them with all of the files. So I basically looked, and I got that letter 30 minutes before I went down to open the dolls. So I looked at a few things. I will tell you, in court today, I thought the sound quality of what they had was terrible. And I can tell you that they didn't do a good job with their interviews as in terms of sound quality, which is really bad. But we have a lot of stuff. We have a lot of photos. We have a lot of things, a lot of files. I haven't even opened everything. So we'll open it together like we normally do. I'll tell you my thought of the opening statements today. I think the prosecutor, if they would have had someone that was a better storyteller, someone that could really come in there and hit it home with that story, okay, because there was so much stuff in there, they could have really made a really powerful, impactful opening argument. I don't feel the prosecutor did that. I don't know what you guys think. I mean, he did his job of explaining what happened, but he didn't do it in a way. You know, there are certain prosecutors, the one in the Tim Jones case was probably one of the best I've ever seen. Juan Martinez is another one, in Jodi Arias. This prosecutor didn't do it for me. But the one in the Tim Jones case, especially when he closed that, oh my gosh, you were crying. You knew all of those children. There's certain prosecutors that can do it, and there's certain prosecutors that can't. There's certain prosecutors that sound like a textbook, and that's kind of what this guy sounded like. He started like he was going to go with the storyline, and then he started using a lot of textbook stuff. And I think if they could get someone that is a prolific storyteller, they could have really... I gave up on listening. I couldn't hear them good. I know. Sherry, I don't blame you, because it was very painful to listen to the way they had it. So then the defense's opening statement, she wasn't very good either, okay? She sounded like she had just been briefed on the case that morning, okay? They're going a very Jodi Arias route, you know, oh, she's a poor, abused woman, he did this, he did that. I don't think it's going to work. I think she's going to be found guilty. I'm going to say that right now. But now we're going to go through some of the discovery that the district attorney's office sent, okay? So I'm going to open it with you guys. Let's see what we have first. I will tell you guys when we have graphic stuff or... Okay. Okay, so let's see. What should we do first? Discovery pages. You want to look at the... Let me see what's in the... Let's go over here, and I'll pull over these discovery pages over here. See what we have. Let me make this larger. larger? Why are you not going larger for the people? Let me download it. Let me download it. Okay. So, this is the offense report. Okay, we know homicide, willful kill, murder, dangerous, depraved, without premeditation with a weapon. Count 2, evidence destroying, tamper with, or fabricate physical evidence. So then they have in the person section, they have Rick Dixon, who's a witness, neighbor and acquaintance with Michelle and Danielle. Witness, adult, foul play, suspected, it said false, extent of injuries, none. This is a John Keene witness. Then you have Danielle Redlick, Michael Redlick, Janice Reeves, neighbor and friend, and the medical examiner. So this is just going through everything that's your property, audio interviews, scene photos. Okay, so here's some of the stuff that they seized: a cell phone, one Samsung laptop with cord, Apple iPod with case, MSI laptop computer, one JBL Bluetooth speaker, one sheet and blanket, black long sleeve shirt, black stretch pants, tan Victoria's Secret bra, plum in color underwear, 2 earrings, a gauze swab. Okay, then there's 44 digital photos. Here, 20 video files, 9 towels, 1 black in color Nike shirt, 1 mop, 1 liquid sample, 1 silver in color knife, 1 silver in color knife, 1 knife with black handle, 1 knife with white handle, 1 red and white striped rag, 2 towels, 1 red in color rag, 1 gray in color towel, 1 gray in color towel, 1 gray in color towel, plaid pants, 1 dark gray towel, 1 swab of the floor, 1 swab, 1 swab, 1 swab. These are everything that they took in. Okay, 1 plastic empty egg carton, and these eggs, oh, they were going around in court today like crazy. Everybody was trying to figure out why. Video surveillance from a McDonald's located at 2472 Alamo Avenue, Winter Park, Florida, collected on January 16th. Major case prints, $172 in U.S. currency. Another swab of suspected blood from a decorative backdrop. A wallet with contents, keys, and glasses. Buccal swabs of Danielle. Video surveillance from Fields, Giarusso. A thumb drive containing video surveillance from McDonald's. Okay, again, McDonald's, scene photos. Then there's evidence, a DNA card. Okay, so this is going to go through just all of the stuff that's been collected. Okay, DVDs, documents, audio interviews, messages, decedent's fingernails, swabs from decedent's hand, mobile device extraction, 5 spiral-bound notebooks that were found in Jaden Redlick's room. The notebooks consist of personal journal messages that Jaden wrote. DNA extracts cutting, negative control, photos, audio recordings. Okay, so let's read this offense report. This says that on January 12th, 2019 at 9:31 hours, I was dispatched to 1231 Temple Drive, Winter Park, Florida, concerning a deceased male. Prior to my arrival, I was notified by headquarters the possible deceased male's name was Michael Redlick, date of birth May 1st, 1953. Headquarters continued to give information saying the reporting person stated her husband may have had a heart attack. The reporting person then stated that her husband stabbed himself. At 9:36 hours, I made contact with Sergeant Strube and Officer Stanford, who informed me that the house was secure and there was an unidentified white male lying on the floor deceased with what appeared to be stab wounds in a pool of blood. I then made contact with the reporting person on scene, identified as Danielle J. Redlick. Date of birth, November 3rd, 1973. Danielle was crying and appeared to be upset. I continued my investigation and saw that Danielle had blood on the right side of her neck. Sergeant Strube asked Danielle to roll up her sleeves, and I and Sergeant Strube saw lacerations on her right and left wrist. I also observed Danielle was not wearing shoes, and both of her feet had blood on them. I then took photographs of Danielle, and a crime scene log was created. Danielle was transported to Florida South due to her injuries. I also observed 3 cars in the driveway: 2018 black Lexus, a black Audi, and a black Lexus. Between the both Lexus vehicles, I noticed there were freshly cracked eggshells and yolk on the ground. Photographs were taken of the scene and submitted as evidence. On January 12, 2019, at 9:31 hours, I was dispatched to 1231 Temple Drive in reference to a deceased person. Upon my arrival, Sergeant Strube and I made contact with a female at the front door of the residence. And this is by J. Stanford, okay? That other account was by S. Slaughter. And I feel like we've heard from Slaughter before in another case. I thought it was Sean Slaughter. So this is another account, okay? The female wife was talking on a cell phone while making contact with us at the front door. The wife appeared to be in distress when she opened the door. Once the wife got outside of the residence, she was turned over to fire rescue for care. Sergeant Strube and I then went inside the residence for scene security. I observed that the following once we were inside the residence. I saw a white male who was laying on the floor and faced up. The deceased's head was pointed to the rear of the residence, west. I saw the deceased's arms were fully extended. The deceased did not have a pulse and he was cold to the touch. I saw a small, approximately 3 inches cut below his left shoulder and near the armpit. There was a blood trail throughout the living room and to the bedroom. There were towels next to the staircase which appeared to have blood on them. I also saw a knife laying on the floor next to the kitchen. The rest of the residence was neat and undisturbed. The doors and windows were secured and not tampered. A small black canine was in the home at the time we made entry. Blood was everywhere and appeared to be wiped from the floor. I also saw blood on the wife's feet and hands. The exterior of the residence appeared to be secured. And here's another one from Al Galloway. On January 12, 2019, at approximately 10:35 hours, I responded to Florida Hospital South. Okay, now they're talking about the hospital where they went to see Danielle, to stand by for the subject, Danielle Redlick, who was being transported to the emergency room. As requested by the investigating detective, I had the nurse, Kevin Chen, RN, collect the subject Danielle's clothing and place it in a separate evidence bags along with the linens from the transport gurney. These items were turned over to CSI Bigley at the hospital to be submitted into evidence. See his supplement. Well, I'm just trying to get back on the chat so I can make sure that you guys are with me here. Okay, good. Nurse Chen was also available to provide a wet gauze that was used to wipe dried blood from the subject, Danielle's feet, which were placed into a sterile specimen jar and bag, and also turned over to CSI Bigley along with the other items. I was also able to take photos of the subject's injuries and dried blood on her feet, which were submitted into evidence on the Q drive under this case number. It should be noted from the start and stop page for the photos shows the original case number of blah, blah, blah. As this case number was being used at the time of the photos, later changed to this case number. The subject did not make any utterances in my presence at the hospital. This concludes my involvement with this case. Okay, then we have L. Strube. Hi, MD. On Saturday, January 12, 2019, at 9:31 hours, while working as the patrol supervisor with the Winter Park Police Department, I, Sergeant Linda Strube, responded to 1231 Temple Trail in reference to a deceased male. Upon arrival to the scene, simultaneously to the Winter Park Fire Department, I observed 3 black in color vehicles parked in the driveway. Due to the report of a knife being present and involved in the incident, Officer Stanford and I cleared the house prior to the paramedics' entry. Officer Stanford tried to open the front door but found it locked and knocked. A white female, dressed in all dark clothing, came to the door and was asked to step outside. The white female, later identified as Danielle Redlick, appeared disheveled and was dressed in a dark, long-sleeve sweater-type shirt and ankle-length athletic spandex pants. The sweater appeared to have vomit or similar debris on the chest portion under the mouth and chin, and a 4 to 5 inch slit in the material near the base of the neck, towards the right upper shoulder. The female had no shoes, and her feet appeared to be covered in blood. Oh, you're well. I love going. You know, it's one of the things I like best about any case is diving in deep to the discovery. You can learn so much by all the different accounts at the house and everything by everyone. So she, let's see, she had her ankle-length pants. The sweater appeared to have small debris on the chest portion under the mouth and chin and the base of the neck towards the right upper shoulder. The female had no shoes and her feet appeared to be covered in blood. The paramedics waited with the female as we cleared the house. Upon entering the house through the front door, about 15 feet in, straight ahead was a white male, lying on his back with his arms stretched out to his sides, wearing only blue jeans and black socks. The male's feet were closest to me, east, with his head closest to the back side of the house, west, and appeared deceased due to the amount of blood pooled around him. The paleness of his lips, no rise and fall of the chest, and the absence of a pulse at the carotid artery at his neck. Further observations include, to my left, south, a large knife on the floor in the doorway to the kitchen area that appeared to be covered in blood. There was blood smeared and splattered throughout the foyer and continued towards the master bedroom to my right, north. On the floor was a large smear of blood, possibly from something being dragged. It ran from the foyer towards the master bedroom. I continued through the small hallway north and observed to the left, west, the master bedroom, and to my right, east, another small hallway. The floor was covered in blood that appeared to have been mopped or wiped as if to clean the floors. Now facing east, there was a clothes closet on the left and a shower straight ahead where more blood was observed on the floors and the walls. I observed on the lower right side of the door frame from inside the bathroom a large amount of damage. After ensuring that the house was clear of dangers, 2 paramedics entered and were immediately able to confirm the death. No other persons entered the house until approved by CID and crime scene. Through dispatch, I summoned crime scene and CID. I phoned my watch commander and filled him in on the incident at hand. Additionally, I called Sergeant Mikomi, PIO, and gave minimal information for media requests. Paramedics advised that they would be transporting Danielle for stitches to her wrist, so I had Officer Wiley ride in the rig to Florida Hospital South. Officer Galloway was asked to respond to the hospital to take over custody of Danielle from Wiley. Officer Galloway was asked to collect the clothing and other personal items for submission into evidence at the request of CID. I assisted Officer Slaughter while she took photographs of the white female, Danielle Redlick, at which time her wrists were revealed. With her palms facing upwards, both wrists had significant cuts horizontally, and paramedics were asked to tend to her injuries. I asked Danielle where her 2 children were, and she stated at friends' houses. Danielle stated that she had spoken with the mothers of the friends and her children were safe. This concludes my involvement in this incident. It should be noted that I positively identified Danielle Justine Redlick by her David photo on her Florida driver's license. I also positively identified the deceased, Michael Redlick, by his David photo on his Florida driver's license. And then this is by Ware. On January 12, 2019, Detective Ware, it sounds like that's what they were saying in court. They were saying like Ware today in court. It doesn't look like that, but I'm going to go with that. Was assigned the following case regarding a homicide. The homicide occurred at a residence located at 1231 Temple Drive, Winter Park, Florida, Orange County, 32789. The residence is within the jurisdictional boundaries of the Winter Park Police Department. Your affiant possesses the 911 call that came into the Winter Park Police Department at 9:28 hours on Saturday, January 12, 2019. February 5, 2019, Detective Ware obtained an arrest warrant for FSS 782.042.775.0871A, second-degree murder with a weapon, life, and, FSS 918.13.1A, tampering with evidence, F3, for defendant Danielle Justine Redlick, signed by Judge Hal C. Epperson, Jr. On February 6, 2019, defendant Danielle Justine Redlick was arrested on the warrant and transported to the Orange County booking without incident. Probation officer Jaboyan and DCF investigator Tucker were notified of the arrest because she was on probation, remember. Okay, so then we have Detective Ware was contacted by Ms. Millay, who was cleaning out the Redlick house, preparing it to be sold. Ms. Millay indicated to Detective Ware that the mattress in the master bedroom was soaked through with blood, and also the couch in the living room had blood on it. Now, when did we have a date on that? Is that still on? This is March 10th. 2020. CSI Sunval and Detective Ware met Ms. Millay at the house to view the bed and the couch. The stains on the bed did not appear to be relevant to the case. The stains on the mattress, which were of concern to Ms. Millay, appeared years old in a mixture of menstrual blood and urine. Additionally, on the day of the incident, there was no blood on the master bed, indicating that the bed was not impacted during the incident. The bed was neatly made. Also, the rug by the bed did not have any blood on it the day of the incident, which can be seen in the photos taken. Due to the stain not appearing relevant to the event, no additional action was taken regarding the blood urine stain. CSI Sunval indicated that the blood on the couch was already photographed the day of the scene, therefore no additional photographs were taken. On May 10, 2019, Detective Graham met with Susan Katz from UCF and collected 3 boxes of personal paperwork from Michael's Redlick's office. All 3 boxes were entered into evidence. On July 9, 2019, Detective Ware obtained a search warrant signed by Judge Wayne Shoemaker for Danielle Redlick's Apple account. Detective Ware submitted it to Apple via law enforcement email. On March 11, 2020, Detective Ware made contact with ASA Wiggins. ASA Wiggins received information of the possible menstrual blood and urine stains from the mattress at the Redlick house. The Malays estate managers had contacted ASA Wiggins to inform him that they had a piece of the mattress that they thought the police should have. Detective Ware made several attempts to collect the piece of mattress from Ms. Malay. On April 2, 2020, Detective Ware made contact with Ms. Malay again to collect the piece of mattress. Ms. Malay told Detective Ware she would get it and call her on April 3, 2020. As of today, April 6, 2020, Ms. Malay has not called Detective Ware to set up a time frame to meet and collect the piece of mattress. Detective Ware will contact ASA Wiggins soon as Ms. Malay turns over the piece of mattress. On July 31, 2019, Detective Ware received an email with instructions to open the contents of Danielle Redlick's Apple account. The contents of Danielle Redlick's Apple account was sent to Detective Ware via mail on a thumb drive that was provided to Apple by Detective Ware. Detective Ware reviewed the contents of the account, and there did not seem to be anything pertaining to the case on the account. The thumb drive was entered into evidence by Detective Ware after viewing the contents. On May 10, 2019, Susan Katz from UCF turned over boxes of personal paperwork from Michael Redlick's office. On May 15, 2020, ASA Wiggins and Detective Ware went through boxes and found several thumb drives in the box marked with evidence tag 102. One of the thumb drives, a black ScanDisk thumb drive, contained photos and videos from Michael Redlick's phone. 3 photos and 4 audio recordings were copied and submitted into evidence as evidence tag 112. Okay, let's go to, I've got to go to our next thing. Okay, let me go back to my file. Do you want to hear, I think this is the 911 call. Let me see if this is it.
911, you need police, fire, medical.
I don't know. I think my husband's deceased. There's been a tragedy at my home.
What's the address up there?
1231 Temple Drive, Winter Park.
Okay, yeah, Winter Park jurisdiction. Let me get their fire department on the line. Hold on one moment.
Winter Park 911, you need police, fire, or medical?
This is similar with a medical transfer for 1231 Temple Drive in Winter Park.
Hold on one. Alrighty, 1231 Temple Drive, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right. Okay, thank you. What's going on at 1231 Temple Drive?
I believe my husband is deceased.
Okay. And why do you believe he's deceased?
Because he's been, he's stiff and he's been wounded. He might have had a heart attack. I don't know.
Okay. Did you just find him?
No, actually. This happened last night.
It happened last night?
Correct.
Okay. How old is your husband?
He's 65.
Second. So did you find him this morning? Because I know you said that you believed it happened last night. Did you see him last night? Was he okay, or was...
He was not okay last night. We had altercation, and he stabbed himself, and I ran into the bathroom, and then when I came out, I was trying to help him, and I saw he was lying in blood. And then
okay.
I tried to help him, and I couldn't. Correct, yes.
All right.
And then I tried to help him, and I woke up with sitting up next to him, and I've been trying to figure out what to do.
Right. I got you. I'm going to get you some help, hon. So you all had an altercation last night, correct?
Yeah.
All right. What's your name?
Danielle?
Are there any weapons on scene now?
Knife.
A knife?
Mm-hmm.
And you said he was 64, right?
65.
I'm sorry?
65.
65. So, okay. Go ahead and give me your first name again, because I don't want to call your name.
Danielle.
Danielle. Okay, so Danielle, let me ask you this. So did he stab himself last night and he passed last night and you just didn't know what to do?
Correct, I believe so, yes.
Okay. Were you all drinking?
He was.
He was?
Yes, he was. And the altercation was the night before, too, but I left the house and took my children with me because he was drinking them, too.
Mhm. Were your kids there last night during this altercation?
No, they were not. They were not here, and they're not here now.
I know you first said that you thought he had a heart attack. So do you think it was a heart attack, or do you think it was due to the stabbing that he passed away?
Probably the stabbing triggered it, I guess. I don't know. It's a shoulder wound.
You say it's a shoulder wound?
Right.
I'm just getting all this information. Okay. How old are you, hon?
I'm 45.
I'm just getting everything you told me into the call, okay? I have multiple units en route, meaning I have police and fire. Go ahead and give me your husband's first name.
Michael.
Michael. What's his last name, hon?
Redlick, Redlick.
Go ahead and give me his date of birth.
5153.
Okay, so that was, that ends there. That says 6 minutes and 13 seconds, but I think I'm on mute. Am I on mute? You can hear me? No, you can hear me now. Okay. I was going to say, no, it's over. That 911 clip is over, Snow. I have more 911 clips. Okay. So, yeah, they were married. They were married a long time. She married his, he married her mother, but their mother was very sick. She had breast cancer, and it was a marriage because of insurance, because he had very good insurance that could get her mother very good health care. But it's being sensationalized in order, by the defense, I think, because I think they're going very Jodi Arias. They're going to really portray this guy to be a real something. In my opinion, that's where they're going with it, and they're trying. I think the media too is trying to sensationalize people to watch the trial by saying that, by like, saying, oh, he was her stepfather husband, because that just sounds like you might want to watch it better. Okay, so let's go to let's see what else I have. I have more 911 calls. I have lots of stuff here. Let's see what we have. So let me go back to my, so we listened to that one. We could look at let's look at some photos right now first. We'll look at some photos. Okay, some of these you're not going to see him in them, but you will see blood. If you're squeamish, look away. Okay, so this is, let's get to one. This is one, you'll see some bloody footprints on the tile here. Here you'll see the living room. Pair of sneakers over here. You can see marker, blood, towels, right? There's a close-up of the sneakers. The bottom of the sneakers. Okay, over here you can see the blood's a weird place for a lamp right there like that. You blood over here, you see that? Okay. Look at this. We'll see a closer look at this, but look at this. Now look at it. Hair and blood. I mean, was this lamp like, this is a weird thing, put the lamp like that, like it's unplugged. Where would it even plug into? Is there a reason? Was that lamp placed there? Isn't that just odd for the lamp to be there like that without an end table or anything? I think they had to have taken that lamp and put it down. That maybe there was a table there or something. Because the lamp doesn't even appear to have blood. But look at the cord going through the blood. It's just odd, isn't it? Hold on, I can't see any of you. I can't see your chats. Let me, isn't there a way I can, there we go. That'll be better for your view. But look at the close-up. It does have blood on it. Isn't that just bizarre? Here's the knife on the floor of the kitchen. Here's the stairs that you can see in the background. Here's where there's bloody water as if she attempted to clean up along the broom here. Blood over here. This kind of reminds you of, doesn't this remind you a little bit of Teresa Seaver's kitchen when we had a look at that? And here they show you how this blood here looks diluted. But you can see the blood here on the broom, where the broom was. And then there is a little bit of blood here on this broom. There's blood here on the counter, and you can see some blood here on the floor. Looks like a bloody footprint. This blood is just weird, just like that on the counter, isn't it? Just like that, without... She could have put it there for some reason. And watch how the blood just... look how it just stops dripping right there. Just stops. There's a big drop of it, and it just stops. It just dries right there. And you don't see any blood down underneath here on the island. Now, they took a picture of this. There's a cup on the floor. Now, there's a dent right here. There's something going on here, but it doesn't look like blood, so I don't know whether they were saying, like, maybe because she had, remember, said he pushed her around, so I don't know if they were trying to take that to see if there was any kind of a dent. And then there's a picture of the refrigerator, which, let me see. They had a lot of condiments. Now look at this. The milk. Remember there were shakes in the Seaver house with milk and everything? Right? So there's blood on this Dairy Pure milk. So they're showing the blood on the milk. This is very, doesn't this remind you of the Seavers photos? And there's a mixer, and she's not supposed to be drinking alcohol. Well, she couldn't, maybe it could have been a virgin mixer. I don't know. Over here you see blood, this throw rug, but there's blood right there. There's blood over here. Now this is going to be the farmhouse sink, and you're going to see bloody knives in the sink and blood. Remember, before that 911 call, she slits her wrists over the sink. Remember when she's thinking about what to do. So this is the sink she was standing at. You'll see the blood on the... Let me see if I flip this. Hold on. I have to flip it again. Okay. So there, we're back at the sink. So there's blood here on the edge of the sink. Inside, this knife has blood, this knife has blood, and this knife has blood. There's blood there. There's blood here. And there's some blood. They have this one marked because there's some blood there too. Plus, they have blood here. Better view of the blood here on this knife. There's blood on this knife. There's blood on the handle right there of that knife. There's blood here, 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 or substance that looks like blood. That's what you have to say if it's not tested. Excuse me. Blood, 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 blood. Substance appearing to be, that appears to be blood here. Now let's, let me just zoom out a little bit of this. These countertops looked clean. They opened this drawer. Inside the drawer, they found blood on the handle of a knife. What appears to be blood. Okay, let me zoom out a little bit on this. So here's a table by the window with a laptop and a backpack and a purse. They have this marked here. I don't know if that appears to be blood there or it almost looks like it blends in with the table. It's hard to see. Here's some blood. Blood, 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 lots of blood. Here's the footprints again here. And that's those photos that we have. Okay. Well, she used one to slit her wrists. And she was standing over the sink. Okay. Let me go to now there. All I have. Let's see. Let me go back. Okay, Redlick discs number 5. 911 calls. Okay, so we listened to, I believe it's the first one that we listened to. Let me see.
Sacramento County Sheriff's Office, lines Quarter Scale. Can I help you? Yes, my wife's purse was returned to the sheriff's office and on Friday, and we were told we could pick it up this morning after 8. I think it's in the evidence room.
Okay, hold on a moment. Let me transfer you down there.
Okay.
Okay, this is just his wife's purse, so I don't know who this is calling. But we'll listen to these. I'll mute so you can listen.
Seminole County Sheriff's Office, Science Quarter Scale. Can I help you?
Yes, my wife's purse was returned.
911, you need police, fire, medical. Hello, 911. Hello.
Hello, this is Danielle.
Hello, this is a 911 operator on a recorded line. Your phone dialed into 911. Do you have an emergency?
Oh, I've already spoke to them. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Bye-bye.
Seminole County Sheriff's Office on a recorded line. This is Brianna.
Hi, Brianna. Could I have the evidence room, please?
Sure, hold on one second.
Thank you.
Seminole County Sheriff's Office on a recorded line. This is Brianna.
Hello, Brianna. My name is Mike Redlick, and my wife, Danielle Redlick, was arrested last night. And I'm having a bail being posted to release her, but I wanted to know, was her car towed or impounded, and if so, where it is and how we can get it back.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
This is
Sir, do you have the tag number?
Ooh, I know the make and model. I'm not sure if I have the license.
What's the location of where it was towed?
Well, it was in Oviedo. I don't know where it was towed or where it is. That's what I'm trying to find
Right, but
out.
I'm saying, where was it towed from? Where did it happen that it was towed from?
The police report doesn't say yet. I know.
But you don't know where she was located when she was arrested?
No, just in Oviedo. And I know it was a BMW X5.
You said it's a BMW X5?
Yeah, that's an SUV. It, it might start with DLS 77. I'm not sure though. I can't.
What is the color and year?
It's black in 2013.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me dig a little deeper, okay?
Yeah, that might be a license plate on my car that I gave you. I don't know.
So these are the calls in the discovery. This is actually the victim, Michael Redlick, calling in. There's large periods of silence in these calls when they're on hold. So it's not that the sound is going out. It's that they keep the entire call on. So we're just going to listen to them. So when you hear the silence, it's not that I'm not paying attention. It's just that we're listening to the call. So don't worry about it. I'm still here.
Sir, what's her first and last name?
Danielle, D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, Redlick, R-E-D-L-I-C-K.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to put you on hold. It might take a little bit longer, okay?
You want her birth date?
Sure, go ahead.
11/3/73.
Okay, hold on one second. It's still here. Let me just see what's going on here.
I don't know if they'll connect yet back. It's got about, on this one, a few more seconds of call time.
Sir, I'm not seeing anything that states that the vehicle has been towed yet, so...
Okay. It might still be in the parking lot wherever it was.
Yeah.
Pardon me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe that was the 5th one. Let me just make sure.
Seminole County Sheriff's Office, this line's Quarter Scale. Can I help you?
Evidence room, please.
Hold on.
Do you need police, fire, medical?
Yes. We need a car here at 1231 Temple Drive,
I'm sorry,
Winter Park, Florida. There's a woman that's a danger to herself and to others right now.
A gentleman that's a danger to
I'm sorry. Pardon me? Pardon me?
The address.
1231 Temple Drive, Winter Park, Florida.
Okay, stay on the line. I'm going to have to transfer us over to Winter Park. Let me talk first when they answer, okay?
You better go in your room. Please dance.
911, do you need police, fire, or medical?
This is Seminole to transfer for police at 1231 Temple Drive.
Yes.
Yeah, please. Go in your room. Will you stop? Oh, all right. I will call you back. I will call you back in 5 minutes.
No.
I'll call you back in 5 minutes.
What is going on there? Hello?
Winter Park, this is... Yeah, I'm still there. He didn't give me a lot of information. He just said that there was a woman who was a danger to herself.
Okay. And that was it?
Yeah, that's all. And he called on a 911 only phone, so...
Okay. And I just want to confirm he told you 1231 Temple Drive?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Seminole.
No problem. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Seminole County Sheriff's Office, this line's recorded. This is Cheryl. May I help you?
Hi, I was told that you have my wife's purse there. Her name is Danielle Redlick.
And her
It was
purse...
dropped off to be picked up there.
Okay, sir, this is dispatch, so you was told that the purse was where?
At the Seminole County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, so if they dropped it off here, it would be in the evidence department, and they open Monday morning at 8 o'clock.
I think it was just left there for someone to pick up. You know, that I can come by and pick it up. It's not evidence in a case or anything.
No, it wouldn't have to be an evidence in a case or anything. They can't just ride around with the purse. So what they would have to do, they have to put in evidence just to hold it.
All right. I'm going to have to give my Rick Francis a call and find out then. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, sir. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Okay, so let me see what else we have here. I'm trying to go through these. This is photos 1 through 50. We see all those. Let me see. Okay, here's some photos. I'm going to pull these over. And these, I believe, are this, let me see if I can turn these around. Okay, so about the, they're looking at this decorative thing over here that has blood spatter on it. So that's what these photos are about. You'll see the blood spatter. They're taking measurements as to the height of the blood. There's more right there. You see, he's measuring this right here, he or she. Close up of it. Okay, so I think those were those. Let me see, what are these? Remember, I've never seen these. I haven't seen these yet. I got these shortly before I unpacked the doll, so if you're squeamish and want to look away, so there's blood on the couch. Apparently that couch was still in the house when they were selling the house. I can see some blood there on the chair. And that's what they were saying. They photographed it so they didn't have to worry about that. I love you because it looks like a little kid made that for him. There's some paintings over here. There's the computer. This looks like a body being dragged. Boy, doesn't that look like a the Wicked Witch of the West or something was there? Isn't that weird? There's blood on the chair. Soap on the... So now that we see what the crime scene looked like, we should go back into those Realtor.com photos and see what was changed and what wasn't changed in that house. There's blood here in the bathroom. Blood in the sink. Here's one of the cars. Those leaves, or is that? Is this the eggs? Eggs in a plastic container. 5th-year anniversary. Here's a speaker that they took into evidence. More blood. Something. Looks like that's been kicked. That can. Kicked the can. Blood. Okay. Which ones were those? Were those these? I think I grabbed the same ones again I did. Hold on. We're on number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, looks like there was an attempt to clean this. Doesn't this remind you very much like Seaver's? Because there was so much blood in the kitchen, but this is much bloodier, I believe. It's like fingerprints. It looks like the grout, if you look right here, was actually a light color. Look. And look at the color of it now. Almost like a ring right there. Blood on the carpet. Blood. Almost like a bloody footprint. Dog bed. Can't get over the way these boots look like there's a person attached to that. You see the footprint, the toes? Which one were we on? I think I picked the... No, we didn't see these yet. This is where we saw that cup in the other pictures. Here's that garbage can that's been kicked. Look, it appeared it's been kicked with blood. Substance appearing like blood. There's the McDonald's. And is that a Victoria's Secret bag? Blood. Blood. For what? Oh. Well, I have to help with that part. There's that quarter pounder. Foundation. Inner eye definer. I believe this was the shirt that he was wearing. I believe that's the slit where he was hit on the shoulder or the torso. Let me see here. There's the slit. So they said that the shirt was taken off of him. Here's the mop with the red substance and the mop bucket with the pink water. Here's another footprint. You see it? With the toes. Here they're measuring it again. Here's the mop, the knife, blood on the wall. Footprints. Blood. One of those alcohol bottles or mixer bottles or whatever that is. No, vodka. Tito's vodka. Remember her blood alcohol level. Where were we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Blood all over these pillars. Blood on the pillars. Remember there was blood over here. Remember on that back of that thing. Blood all over here on the walls. Jimmy? Yeah. You want to get the dogs, please? Blood all over here. Here was a pile of bloody clothes. Right by the stairs, blood-soaked clothes.
What, honey? What are you saying? Little dogs? Here, keep. I don't put them inside the door.
Blood-soaked towels. I believe his shirt was on the bottom of this. There's the bloody water in the bucket. Bloody mop. Kid's scooter. A Dyson vacuum. Bloody footprints. Another bloody footprint. They're in the laundry room. The slop sink has mop and glow. The washer is... Yee. You gotta clean this. Oh, gross. That's gross. How does she not clean that? Ugh. Looks like there's blood in there, too. We'll get them out of that spatter. What the freak?
Here's a nice little box. Here's my shells are in there.
All right, just hold on, okay? I'll help you. Those are mine. Okay, so let me see. We said we were on 5 or 6, right? I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe. So 7? I don't know. Did we already see these? No, we didn't see these. What the freak happened here? Is that is that for their prints? That looks like spackle though, doesn't it? Look. That's all like chopped off there, look. What's up with that? I can't see your responses. Hold on. I have to go to your... What's up with this?
You asking me?
No, I'm asking the chat. What's up with this? This is all... Look at this. That's spackle. That's a really bad job. I mean, that's got to be really sanded. But why would they do that and not replace this? What's up with that?
Looks like one of my jobs, doesn't it, honey?
Worse. But that's pretty bad, Nicole, like how that is, isn't it?
I don't believe it's worse than my job. What?
She did hit an artery. Yes, that's how he bled out through the torso. Remember we read it in the arrest affidavit?
patching the walls. Doorknob, I bet, was pounding that wall.
Yeah, see the regular color of the grout? The door frame was split too. Blood over here on the shower. Blood. Look at there, this peroxide. Heck of a lot of shampoos. Just drop the soap. Blood. Oh, here we go. Yeah. There you go. The door. I didn't see that in the other. You sure that you saw that before? About 3 to 4. Yeah. Okay. Look at that. Wow, somebody was trying to rip the door off or something, right? And their blood spatter all over that.
Honey, where's your prof?
Look at this, guys. This is another. I left it there.
I know where that guy.
Oh.
You showing me something?
There, no, I'm talking about. This is another one because it doesn't have the light switch. So this is another 2 spots, guys. Two, three, four, five, six. I said we're in. Oh, it's marked right here, so that's the one we were just in, right? Look, you can see the guy over here. Surprised there's not a lot of blood on this fern. Oh no. Okay, it looks like there's pictures of the actual victim. I'm not going to show those in here. Let me go forward until we don't have the victim. Like I said, I didn't know that, so let me. I'm very surprised. They usually don't do that. And there's quite a few of them. I'm skipping through them. I don't want to see that. I know some of you like to see that. Not like to see that, but oh gosh. Jimmy, could you come here for a minute? It's really important. They actually have the victim in these photos. I don't want to see them. They actually have the victim in these photos, and I don't want to see them. So can you tell me when I'm through them? Is the victim still in this?
No, I just see her shoes. I don't see the victim.
You don't see the victim?
Oh, ain't left on there? No, I don't see it. Not yet. No, I see drugs. This is just drugs. Yeah, I see blood. Oh, but there's no. It is the victim right there.
Okay.
Keep going. What do you want to keep
So
going?
I think the victim should be. Tell me when the victim's not there.
Keep going up there. I just want to see.
Oh.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't want
I
to.
was looking, trying to see what they do to this guy.
That she stabbed him.
Oh, wow. Okay. Let me go back one more. Go up one more. Wow, somebody rolled him over. Okay. All right. Let me see. I guess big. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Victims. Go down.
Yeah, they don't
Go
usually
down.
put them in
Go
there.
down,
I'm
down,
very surprised.
Down. Keep going down. 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 Ugh. Down. Yeah, you won't like this. Down. Down. Let me see. I think it's okay now. Yeah.
Okay, we're over the. What's this one? Is this victim?
No.
Right here?
No, go and you go up to it. It's blood. That's all.
What about this one?
Yeah, that's one I believe is victim.
Okay, so let me pull this over now, guys. Okay, sorry for those of you that like to see that stuff. You hate to say that, but you can look. Okay, you can look. All right, so let's go. You can too, Tammy? Hi, Cranky. This is about the trial that's going on right now, Cranky. Okay, so Michael Redlick, Benazepril. I guess these are his medications. Fenofibrate. Okay, there's blood all over here by the door. You probably could. I saw a few of them, and they had a full-on of his face and everything. Oh my gosh. And then the wound on, yeah. Yes, on trial, yes, Cranky Babishka. Okay, which ones? Let's see now. Let me go back. We already saw those. Hold on a minute. I'm scared now to scroll through the photos. I've never seen them do that in the photos since Travis Alexander. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Hold on a minute, Jimmy.
Yeah.
You're going to have to do this again.
Let's see.
Tell me when he's not there, okay?
Well, so I can see him first. See if he's there.
No, it's coming up.
Oh, okay. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Should be right there, right?
Going. Keep going.
You still there?
Yeah, keep going.
Oh.
It's so sad. That's it. Okay, now.
It's done?
Yeah, go down. I think it's okay. I see blood with it.
Okay, that's the bedroom. All right.
Maybe the one above might be okay. Let me see it.
All right, hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, the next one is not.
Okay.
Some bad stuff.
All right, guys. Let me put this back. Yeah. This is the bedroom. Certainly looks like she was dragging him around, right? Wouldn't that spoil her defense that she was dragging him around? Well, she didn't spend hours, MD, but she did check in with that dating website. She also searched, how soon do you bleed out if you slit your wrists and everything. Now here's where they're talking about, when they talked about the blood-soaked mattress not being relevant because the bed was photographed and it wasn't bloody, so that blood had to be from another situation. Yeah, Linda. It's terrible. When you look at the family that lived here and you see some reminders of the kids, and it's all over because, this is what she thought would, this is anybody that uses murder to solve a problem. It's ridiculous. Look, you see this person in the mirror too. Jimmy? Okay, so let me see here. Oh, thanks, Mike. Okay, where were we? Were we here? Keep forgetting where we were. Were we here? I wish someone would. I don't know why this one is check marked, because it keeps screwing me up. Let me just make sure that let me just check the one. See, I don't remember which one we were at. Let me see. We were in that one. Okay. So this is the one. I hope we don't have. I'm like scared to go through pictures again. Now we're in the garage. Somebody's lunch. Sandwich in a Ziploc and something. This looks like fishing tackle. Yes, it is. There's a bobber. Nets and things. Tiny little shop vac. Surprised the scooter's in the hallway and not in the garage. Okay, see, now I keep forgetting where we were. Oh my gosh, okay. All right, so he's back in these pictures, so... And I don't know where Jimmy is. I don't know where Jimmy is to tell me. Jimmy's downstairs for a minute, so we have to take a little small break. 2 kids. All right, let me move this over. Jimmy's coming back up. Thought he was coming back up. I'm just going to scroll through a few and see if I'm not looking. But I'm at picture 19, and I'm going to see if anything shows up. It's taking forever to load up here. Okay, I'm at picture 19, and I don't see anything. I'm going to scroll back slowly. Okay, slowly. Slow. Okay, I'm at picture 11. Okay. Okay. All right, I've got it. I did that one on my own. Okay, let me bring them back. And let me get to da 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 da. Where the heck are you guys? Hold on. Okay, so here's I feel like I have this rug. Mom. Look at the knives. What's so loud? It's my party. Jimmy,
So loud?
I guess it's my party thinks you're being too loud.
Well, I'm so sorry.
They're very upset with you.
Tell them I'm sorry. Sorry.
Oh, my background noise. Okay, it's my party. So sorry. Jimmy, it's too loud for it's my party.
Sorry, yeah, I got it now.
I guess they're really not partiers.
I'm sorry. I'm done now with that. I'm done making noise. Okay.
Haven't seen you in a long time, Cranky Babishka. Nice to see you. Webkin's mama, where are you? You're never upset, Nicole? Good. There, they have a pool outside here. Jimmy, please, you're going to get me in trouble with these people.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I will be quiet and
Hi, Grateful Hippie. What do they have? Monopoly and so this is right off the kitchen right here. So the other is right there. Okay. What does that say? Park Coast? That looks like one of those old towels, right? People would hang on, have calendars on them. Remember those a long time ago? Pacific Coast. This looks odd here. This looks like this is almost hung here to hide something underneath it. You know what I mean? That it was just put in with thumbtacks like that. Doesn't that look like they just put that up to hide something? And it's like wrinkled, it's not even put up right. I wonder if they looked underneath that. I think he's there again. So let's go to some more because there was only 3 pictures left and I believe I saw him there again. I think isn't this where we started? I think no, we just went on these. Somebody remember 3A, please. Blood on the bathrobe. What's that about? Pool services. Oh, there's the other pool service on 111. The day it happened. The pool was serviced. Exactly, Linda Uribe. Was it worth it to kill him? Spend life in prison, lose your home and your children? No, right? Where do they even think that's worth taking a risk losing? I don't understand people. I don't get it where they think that that is going to be worth it. Let me flash forward through a few of these and see what happens. Hold on. Taking a little bit to load here. Okay, I've went to, let me see, let me go cautiously back. Okay. All right, let's keep going. I've saw. All right, so there again. Hang on a minute. That was 3A.
Honey,
Yes.
action on the microwave.
Mm-hmm.
Make myself a little snack. I'll give you some if you want.
Those eggshells. Eggs. Eggshells. Talked about this bike today. Okay, so we're done with the photos there, so let's see. Photos to PDF. Eesh. Eesh. Blood all over them. What do you see there? Not too much. Oh, what is this about? Let's see.
Honey, is that pearl with that stuff in there?
Hmm?
Is that pearl in with that stuff?
Yeah, no, it was on a doll's shoe I had to fix.
Yeah, it looks like it's something like a button or something.
It's a little button for the shoe. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna put it in a little plastic can. I don't know what you're gonna do with it.
What happened? Where's Mike going? No, Mike's there. Why is Mike leaving? Mike's not leaving. What are you doing, Mike? No, I'm talking to Mike. Yeah, she slit her wrist, but she also looked up on her thing. How far, how long will it take to bleed out if I slit my wrists? And, yeah. Okay. Oh, the car. This reminds me of Seavers, though. Their car. How many are here? Okay, hold on. I see something again. Let me screen these. Okay.
Here's that pearl.
There's the blood.
Right here.
That's the night of the, the day she called. The January 12th, right after that. Use that on the dating app. That's when they got there. Her wrist had already stopped bleeding. What is Mike? She was on the dating app that morning. She was on the dating app Grateful Hippie. It was called Mindful Meeting or Meeting. I've never even heard of that one. Meeting Mindful?
Meeting of minds.
No, it was Mindful or something. I don't know, MD. There's the eggshells. Well, Cranky, they said it looked like vomit almost on her shirt. That's what we read in the incident reports. Okay, so let's go back. Photos, disc 5. I think we were on disc 5. Phone interviews. See what this is like, right?
Do people freak out and get nervous at these things?
Yeah. This is Detective Ware on Wednesday, January 16th. The 2019, the time is 11:10, and the case number is 2019 46000053, and I'm here with Susie Cates.
Cates, yeah.
Okay. Can you just spell your full name, and last name, and like
my
your phone
legal
number?
name?
Yes, your legal name.
Susan, Susan, Cates, K-A-T as in Tom, Z as in zebra.
And a phone number?
407-284-7781.
And
that's my mobile number.
Okay. And your date of birth?
10/24/67.
Okay. And I just kind of want to talk to you about Michael and like how you heard the news and stuff like that. So.
Well, my colleague Jennifer called me and told me on Sunday, I think it was.
Okay.
So by phone call, which I was pretty glad that I got that and not the email that I hadn't yet read.
Okay. And what did Jennifer say?
She just said, I'm not sure if this is Mike, but Richard heard yesterday that Mike might be dead.
Okay. And how did you know Mike?
I knew him from here. He's my colleague for the last 5 years.
Okay.
And we've just been good friends ever since he's come here. He's just like that guy that everyone just likes. And he shared stuff with me, and I shared stuff with him confidentially, just as friends, like things about what was going on in his life, and I shared with him what was going on in my life, and just, just good friends.
Okay. And what type of things would he share?
well, I was going through a divorce at the time, or just like the beginning of it, and so he was saying, he kind of, he wanted help, or he would just, but it was like jokey, but you kind of know like that he wasn't happy. Just, Danielle was going through a lot emotionally, and just over time, he didn't say divorce over, like way over time. In the beginning, it was like he talked about it more, but he said that she just had so many emotional issues, and she would just lash out and scream and freak out, and just like in front of the kids, and that was even, very recent. And so he wanted her to get help, and I said, and she just refused, and she was drinking, and he said that she, again, he kept trying to get her help. And I said, do you want me to talk to her? Because, we're kind of near the same age, and like, well, she's younger than me, but kind of like some hormonal stuff that I knew that I was going through, and it kind of takes you like off balance. Maybe she needed medication for it or something, which generally can be the case. And he said she won't go. But I talked to her on the phone one day, but it was just more like a friendly conversation, and we had a plan to go to lunch. I was like, let's go to lunch, and Mike and I, like we used to banter. Like, he'd be like, come in here and shut the door. I need to talk to you about this. Like, students used to go to camps, and they would cut into one of his programs, and he'd be like, they can't go, like, but joking, like that was just his personality. Or I'd be like, I'm not going in your office. Come in here if you want to talk to me. Just like bantering. Mm-hmm. So that day when we were talking, I said, oh, let's just have girls. I don't want to banter with Mike. And she, right after that conversation, he came and like called him, I guess. And he came in my office. He's like, what did you say to her? I'm like, nothing. We're going to go to lunch. And he's like, she's flipping out saying that why does everybody in the office hate you? And I'm like, I don't know where she got that. I was like, no, I said that we argue like brother and sister, or like banter, and she just lost it. But that wasn't the only conversation that came out of that, because she later said in the home, like, everybody hates you, why does everybody at your jobs hate you, and like all of this stuff. And he said that the kids heard. And when he came in here with Sawyer one day, who, like, he's like one of the best kids, Mike is like the best dad. I mean, he came in here one day and he said to Mike, is that the girl that hates you, or one of the people that hates you? And I was like, no one wants their kid to think, and I didn't want his kid to think that people hated me. Like, I would not want my daughter to think that people hated me. Mm-hmm. It's his dad. Right. Took him everywhere. I mean, even through all of the trouble, if, it would be, like, if I was at his door, I'd be like, what are you doing? And he'd be like, oh, we're going away this weekend, and he'd be like, making, reservations. So he actively was involved in keeping the family together. He loved his kids. He wanted to make it work somehow, but he wanted her to get help. So Sawyer was in that office, and I went in and I just said, so cool that you get to come to work with your dad. I'm like, he's such a great guy. And, because I didn't want him to think that people didn't like him. Right. And that was important for me, because I just felt like, oh my gosh, I don't want them to think that somebody hates their dad. Right. But still at that point, he was having issues with her. And very recently, probably beginning of December, he came in and he was like so upset. Like, just like, see, he was so upset. And he's like, I need your help. And I said, why? And he's like, Danielle's tracking my phone, and I don't know how it happened. So I was like, well, don't you have a code on your phone? He's like, yes. And I said, well, do you have a thumbprint that maybe if you were sleeping, that she would, I'm a heavy sleeper. If my daughter or anybody came and said, here, like, they could get my phone easily. And he's like, no. So I have an iPhone and he had an Android, so I really couldn't help him. But we were sitting out there, and I didn't think anyone in his office, and I don't think he did, but there was a student there hearing, like, this whole conversation. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, let's look, because on the iPhone, like I have an app and I track my daughter. It's not even an app, it's just in the phone because, you know, I deal with like human trafficking, like anything. I need to know where she is at all times. So the student came out and figured it out, and it turned out that we got it off the computer, off the phone. He didn't know how she got it on, but he said it was so accurate that she saw him in a building and knew the room that he was in. He was at an Al-Anon meeting. And so I don't know if the phone went off and Brett had to put it back on or whatever, but I can't remember like if he handed the phone back to Mike to put the code in, because obviously I don't need to know the code to his phone, and Brett didn't need to know the code to his phone. But he was really upset. But I don't know how long she was tracking him for, and the only reason why I say that is because we travel together for work, and all of us go to New Orleans. And one day we went out to lunch, and he had to run errands, but he had a bad ankle, and he had gotten treatment on it, and so he couldn't walk long distances, but he had to make an errand like in the other direction. So we Ubered halfway, and he got out and did his errand, and then was going to come back to the hotel, and I went back to my room. So he called me and he said, does Richard want us to go out to dinner with him tonight? Because sometimes, like, if we have board members coming in, and there was a couple of there was a new professor coming in, and somebody that was like an adjunct professor also. So I said, no, he hasn't mentioned anything. And we were on the phone. He's like, all right, I got to go. I have a call. So I guess I put my phone down, but sometimes, you know, I didn't hang it up. So I'm doing my work, and then all of a sudden he clicked back in, and I was like, that's weird. So I didn't hang up my phone, but he was talking to her, and I don't think he knew that she either hung up and it came back to my phone when it came off hold, and he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I went to lunch, and I was going here, and I went to do this errand, and it was everything that he had told me that he was doing. And you know, he's like, I don't know what the problem is, like, why, you know, he's giving her, like, every single detail of what he was doing. And I was like, and then he's like, are you there? And then he hung up. So I know I probably shouldn't have listened to that, but I just was like, I think anybody would, it's like if somebody butt dials you,
right?
You, like, I wonder if they say anything about me. But I felt so bad. Like, I knew that she was like wanting to know where he was every second. And so it was disheartening to me. I didn't tell him that I had heard the phone call because I didn't want to embarrass him. But I did tell my colleague, Jennifer, I was like, this is what happened. Like, I felt really bad that I listened, but, you know, I didn't know if she was going to say something back. And I knew that he was having issues with her. And I know, like, when somebody tells you something, you're only hearing their side of the story.
Right.
So, and I don't know what her side of the story is. I just know what he shared with me. But in looking at, like, this potential conundrum that you guys are in, I have to tell you, in all honesty, I don't think he would have hurt himself. I don't. And I say that because I saw him last week. He was eating. We were joking. He came by my office. He's like, I'm cooking lunch. I have 2 minutes if you want to talk, you know, because that's how long I put my food in there. And he started laughing, and he went back into his office. He was joking. Someone that's like, and I know because I've had depression before in the past, I was a rail. I didn't eat. I could barely sleep, could barely function. I wouldn't have been in the office. And he was like eating and laughing and joking with me, and like we were talking, my daughter's going to Europe for sports games. His son plays baseball. He was a coach on the team. And I don't know why he stopped being a coach, but I don't know if it had something to do with just trying to, like, take care of the family. Because one day he did mention that she was really upset that he was very social with people, but he was a coach on the team for several years, and people go to you as a coach and talk to you. And he you know, she was just so mad. And he's like, well, would you sit in the stands? You know, you could engage with other people, with other parents. They're all in the same stands.
Mm-hmm.
So she was upset about those little things all the time, but just like off, you know, like off the charts. And then he moved out, which I knew. And I didn't even know that he had moved back in. Maria told me, but I knew he was there a lot on the weekends because we both have daughters the same age. And I always say, I wish my daughter was more social. But then he told me a story about Jaden and how she was trying to like sneak to a party, and he went out to the car and talked to the other mom, and it wasn't like where she was supposed to be. And so he made her get out of the car and come in. And I was like, maybe I wish that, maybe I should be glad that my kid is an introvert. And so, like, you know, he's that guy who can always, like, make you laugh. And I just don't see him doing this in my heart of hearts. And the first thing that I said to Jennifer when she called me, I said, she did something to him. Just, it wasn't even a question in my mind that he would have done something to himself. And in their house, in their home, where their children are, like, when he was talking about, you know, the family, everything, you know, that he was really super concerned about was that she would just flip out in the house and the kids heard everything. So, and he didn't give me details about everything that she said except that one thing, because it had to do directly with me, like going to lunch with her. Mm-hmm. And I wish that I had gone to lunch with her, because it just seemed like, you know, she worked out all the time, and she did this project that she was telling me about for, I think it was Rollins College, and it was something that I was really interested in. It was a very interesting thing, and I really wanted to meet and go to lunch with her. But honestly, like, I just, you know, she seemed very normal and calm on the phone when I met her. I mean, and I had met her at like different events, but just like, hi, how are you? Nothing like I do events, so I'm like all
right.
over the place, so I never really had a chance. And that probably would have been my opportunity, but then it just never happened. I think Maria met with her for lunch one day, and she said she seemed fine then. I'm like, but, you know, people can act fine.
Right.
So, so she probably would have done the same with me. But after that, like, freaking out session, like, she probably wouldn't have gone with me. But, you know, when he told me, it was like, why does everybody at work hate you? And no one here hates him at all. No one does. The students love him. He cares about everything here. You know, placing them, and like, really, he meets with them all the time. His GAs, I mean, they're all really close. I just don't see it in him. I just don't.
When did you, do you remember when you talked to her about lunch?
It was a few years ago. It was back. I'm not good with time, because I associate time with seasons. And I know that sounds weird, and I'm from the Northeast. Mm-hmm. So when I associate time, it's always like, what was I wearing? Like, you know, like, I know that sounds really weird, but down here, time just like goes by.
Right.
And immediately, like, we were talking about how, you know, people that had issues with depression and stuff, like, and Jennifer and I were like, well, Kate Spade, she had trouble over a really long time, and she was getting help. And then the other guy, the chef guy, like, we were trying to compare, like, you know, like, how things go. And so and I was like, when did that happen? Like, and she's like, it was just like last summer. And I'm like, it was? It's like, it just, like, I couldn't connect the time.
Okay.
That's just me. But it must have been at like 3 years ago.
Okay. And then you had mentioned that in the beginning of December he was upset.
About her tracking his phone,
tracking.
like in particular.
Okay. Do you remember? That was December 2018.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was around that time.
Okay.
I think. I mean, I think it was after Thanksgiving. Our students were still here, and our student Brett is the one that came out and helped us with that.
And when did you guys go to New Orleans?
And we go every summer in August.
Okay.
All of the students, all of the staff, and faculty.
Okay, and that time that he had to run errands, this was this past August in 2018?
Yeah. It was the first week. Oh, I took my sign down. It was like the first or second week in August because I had to cut my vacation short. So we were there for a week in August.
And then you had mentioned that you knew he had moved out. Mm-hmm. Do you know why he moved out or when he moved out?
I don't know when he moved out exactly, but he told me later, like, I'm not even living there anymore. He was staying, like, he had to pay rent to stay at a place, but it was, but he was there a lot because of the kids, because he felt like he didn't want to leave them with her. So they spent time with him, but I can only assume after all of the things that he had shared that was the reason why.
Okay.
But he didn't say that. That's not like
right.
I just already knew that he was having issues, so that's just my assumption, because that wasn't something that he, said I moved out because. But I knew he's like, I can't live there anymore. That's what he said. I can't live there anymore.
Okay, and like what year that was when he moved out?
It was in 2018.
Okay.
And he was looking for a new place because he had said, do you know any places? And I was like, I don't know anything. I live in Ocoee. So he's like, oh, that's too far to drive. I have to take the kids here and there. You know, and that would really be the only place that I would know anything. Okay. But he just said that he was paying like over $4,000, I think, in rent. And he said he had a friend that might have a place, but he needed to leave because people rent seasonally.
Right. Okay. Do you know, like what, did his work schedule change at all recently, or?
We're not always in here all the time because we all have meetings. I'm on a flex schedule, so I'm not in the office every day.
Okay.
But he, so sometimes he would be in and out for meetings or, taking care of the kids, doctor's appointments and stuff like that. But generally he would come in, sometimes he was here before me. I'm not, I'm like, we're supposed to be here at 8, but at the end of the day, I'm never here, like, at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
But sometimes he would be here, but sometimes he would be here after.
Okay.
So, but I don't think it changed, but, sometimes he was like, I gotta go get the kids. So one day we were walking out together and he's like, I gotta go. And he parks over there. I park way on the other side. He's like, I gotta go. I'm parked over here. Because he was in a hurry to go get them. Because it was around that time to pick up kids.
Do you know, you said that, do you know if he was happy here, working here, or did he have any other prospects that he was looking at?
But he was looking for jobs.
Okay.
I know Richard had mentioned, did you know anything about New York? But there were several other places, because while he liked the job and the kids and stuff, his home is private. He's difficult to work for.
Okay.
Is that private?
Yeah, it will.
Okay.
It's not gonna.
Yeah, he's more like, he would come in and be like, where's Mike? I'm like, I don't know, I'm not his keeper. Like, maybe at a meeting. So those types of things bothered him. So, and people came to him, so I know he was, applying for several different jobs. And as a joke, I would be like, take me with you. But one thing that he knew is that he would take all of them with him. And he said, and I was like, what are you going to do about the kids? Like, you can't leave them. He's like, we would all go. And I know when they first moved here, it wasn't easy because, he has that job. Like, people that work in sports move a lot. And he moved her a lot, and the kids. So it was nice to feel like they had a place.
Okay.
But he definitely was looking for a different place to work. But not in that way of like, I can't like emotionally handle this place, but it was just, it's annoying when you're questioned like, oh, why is this and why is that? And I think part of it is like, he does it to me too. We just went through like writing the book. What about this? What about that? In every event that we do. And not because he's a bad person, but that's just the way that he works.
Okay.
And we don't work like that.
Right.
Most people here are like, we listen and then we're like, okay.
Do you know when he said that he would take all of them with him, did he mean the kids and Danielle? Okay.
I don't think that he would want to separate them no matter what. And that was always something that, because I was like, I always feel like I would want to move away from him. I'm from Boston, but I could never take my daughter away from her father. And I think maybe in the hopes that she would get help, but he wouldn't leave the kids if it became like a custody battle or anything like that. So he planned on moving them, from what I understand him telling me, that they would go together.
Okay. And he's worked for UCF for 5 years?
I think it goes by fast.
Okay.
But
like 5 or 6 years or
yes.
so? Did you know if he had problems in his marriage the whole time or recently, or I don't...
I would say when he got here, he was pretty open about that, and you might want to talk to Jennifer about that because I don't want to speak for her, but he was open with her about that as well when he first got here.
Okay.
And he was pretty open with me as well. So I think that, even though sometimes he said it jokingly, I think that he really felt like, I'm here and like I'm in this situation now,
Okay.
And then as we moved forward, that's when he kind of shared that like she's like out of control and she's drinking and she won't get help.
Okay. Do you know if he ever drank like more than socially or excessively?
I mean, yeah, I guess he drank, but not like when we used to go out to lunches and stuff like that, like in New Orleans, like we never socialized really out of the office, but he would always have a drink or two for sure.
Okay. And how was he after that drink?
Totally fine.
Okay.
I mean, I'm a lightweight, so I probably had 2 beers, and he probably had like drinks on the rocks or something like that.
Okay.
But I've never really seen him drunk, but I don't know if he did all the time, but there's days when people come in and they're kind of like scruffy and a mess, but I wouldn't know if that was from drinking or because he was up all night dealing with her. So I don't know what that reason is. Okay. But, he definitely drank, but socially, but I don't know if he was at home drinking by himself.
Okay.
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And then when he said, did he say anything about, I know you said that he told you that she was drinking. Did he say anything about like when she drank or like what happened or how much she drank or anything like that?
He said that she would get drunk, and he didn't say what time of day, but he would be there at night, I guess, so she would be drinking then. I mean, I guess because that's when he was home because he was working during the day.
Right.
But he didn't give exact times, so I don't know if she was drinking at any other time, like during the day or anything.
Okay.
He never mentioned anything about like the time of that.
Did he mention anything about, like any fights that they might have had, verbal or any physical altercations or anything?
No physical altercations. He never talked about that, but definitely fighting and screaming.
Okay.
He didn't say he screamed, but I can't imagine not screaming back at somebody that's screaming at you. But he said that she would just scream like crazy screaming, and that's how the kids heard stuff. And so, I mean, I would scream back at somebody, and he would.
Okay. How would you describe his normal demeanor?
I would say no one has a perfect day, so sometimes we come in bad moods, and he would be in a bad mood sometimes, and he'd be in a great mood. I would say more great moods than bad moods. But, in speaking with him and goofing around with him, but there are days like if he came in and talked to me like, I had to deal with this or I had to deal with that. But in general, I would say that he definitely was a happy person.
Okay.
Aside from having to deal with all that.
Okay. And when did you learn that he had moved back into the house?
I didn't even know he moved back into the house because he, the last that I heard, he was looking for a place. And that was probably like towards the fall.
Okay.
And then Maria said he moved back in the house. I'm like, he did? I said, I know he's there a lot because of the kids, but I didn't know. So he may still have an apartment somewhere and then just decided to move back for the kids.
Okay. Did he ever mention anything about a divorce or filing for a divorce or anything like that?
He never filed.
Okay.
That he told me.
Okay. And did you did he ever have any do you know if he had any other relationships with other women or
I don't know.
Okay. And did he mention anything about his wife having any other relationships? Okay.
I know, I think like we're really open, but he never mentioned that at all.
Okay. Do you, is there anything else that I haven't asked or that you haven't told me that you think might be important to know?
I just feel like he wouldn't do something. I mean, even recently we were arguing about the dates of the camps coming in the spring, looking forward to like the speakers that he had set up coming into the spring, and the students need to do this, and they can't be, they can't leave before this certain time, and the camp needs to get them to get there at 10 in the morning, and it's like 2 hours away, so like that type of stuff. But it just seemed like he was like moving forward, like he wasn't like not getting things done.
Okay.
Which I just don't see him doing anything to hurt himself, especially just the relationship that he has with his children. He would not leave them like this. And I know I just feel like when I saw him on Wednesday, what could happen between that day and the day that they found him, that he would just automatically just turn around and be a different person. I'm not a psychologist, but I don't see that happening in a few days. I just don't.
Okay.
Because he's the happy Mike, that I know.
Okay. Did you know if he had any current job offers?
He had people that were talking to him, and one day I was helping him send out a resume and a cover letter. He asked me to proof it, and but I don't know if he had any offers at all but I know that he was definitely
Do you
applying
remember
around.
who that was for?
I know, but it's probably on his computer, his
Okay.
email, because I use my personal email for stuff like that. I mean, I'm not applying for jobs, but I do use my personal email on my computer, but I think he was using his work one.
Okay.
Unless he had Outlook somewhere else. So, I know that he's so technically inept, or he was.
Okay.
Beyond, funny. I know he was 65, but he would be like, I don't know where this downloaded to, can you help me?
Okay.
And so, so I don't know that he would know, if he sent something out to delete it and then to purge it and all that stuff, but I know he sent it from his computer. So
Okay.
if you get access to it, I'm sure it's on there.
Okay. Do you know when he used to talk to Danielle, do you know if he used to talk to her on the phone or text her or...
Well, I think one time he came out and he's like, could you hear me screaming? And I was like, no.
Okay.
Which is odd because our offices are right next to each other, and sometimes if I'm yelling at somebody, I'm always like, the students here.
Right.
Because I've done a lot of yelling with my ex, but I think maybe only once I heard a loud voice, but that was it.
Okay. But did he text? I mean, I know some people don't text, so I don't know.
I think he texted, but I text messaged him one day because Jennifer and I were out, and we were in Winter Park, and I was like, oh my God, you should come meet us. And he had been out baseball or something all day. I actually still have the text messages. I don't ever erase them. So he texts messages, but he doesn't always hear it. So I know one day when Richard text messaged him, he's like, you didn't answer my text. Mike's like, I didn't even hear it. I was on the computer. So
Okay.
it was better to call him rather than text message him.
Okay.
So, but he may have text messaged with her. I don't know. He never talked about that.
Okay. Okay. And at the beginning, you said that you didn't think that he would hurt himself, that you immediately thought that she might have done something. What makes you think that?
Just from the things that he told me about her and the lashing out and the being kind of craziness in their home and the way she behaved, and that she didn't want to go to help, and that she didn't, she drank a lot. So that made me think of it right away. But also in my knowing him as a person and his personality,
Mm-hmm.
and the way that I saw him behaving last week, I just don't think he would do that.
Okay.
I don't.
The craziness, did he say anything specific about what she would do?
Just screaming and yelling, and the only thing that he said to me specifically was that incident. But he said, he was like, she's drinking, and then she freaks out and she's screaming and yelling. And the baseball thing was the other thing that he was really, that he told me about directly, what it was actually about.
The coaching thing?
And how he was, he knew all the people and was friendly with them all.
Okay. And she didn't like that, I guess. Okay.
But I think, she didn't engage with people, because I said she could engage with people, and he's like, I know. And she kind of blamed him for that, I think, with what he kind of explained. And I'm like, but she needs to engage. So, that's, so he did those were the two major things that he told me, other than just her drinking and crazy and screaming and yelling and not, not wanting to get help.
Okay.
But for all the other fights, he wasn't telling me that this was a specific fight. It was just that general.
Okay. And okay.
That's just the first thing that came to my mind, and I just...
Have you ever seen any marks on him or bruises or any type of stuff like that?
No, he generally would wear, like, button-up shirts and stuff.
Okay. And would you describe him as outgoing or introvert?
Oh, absolutely outgoing.
Okay.
Laughing.
Okay. I don't have anything. Can you think of anything else that might be
He
important?
just really cared about what he did, the community, just engaging with people, and not that person.
Okay.
But I don't know what goes on inside somebody, but I just, in my own personal, like, relationship with him as a friend, he was just Mike.
Okay.
He was, like, a good listener, like, bounce things off. I lost a bet. I still owe him $100. And he reminded me a lot.
Okay.
I'm like, can I pay you like $10 at a time? I probably shouldn't have given that bet. But it was a stupid bet on my part, and I knew I was going to lose. But yeah, it's been like 2 years, and I still owe him. Gonna pay that money? Like, maybe. So, but he was just, I think especially with former students, if you talk to them, they would probably say the same thing.
Okay. Do you mind if you raise your right hand and do you swear that everything that you told me today is true?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. This concludes the interview at 11:49. This is Detective Ware. The date is January 22nd, 2019. The time is 18:25 hours. I'm going to attempt to contact Jim Taylor at 440-781-7411. Reference case number 2019-46000053. Mr. Taylor?
Yep.
Hi, this is Detective Ware with Winter Park Police Department. How are you today?
Good. I'm on a treadmill. Let me get off and I'll be right with you.
Okay.
Appreciate the call.
Yes. I'm sorry I was a little delayed today getting back to you, but I got caught up on some stuff.
You probably got your hands full. So, I was just reaching out to see if I could be of assistance, and like everybody else, just trying to figure out what's going on.
Sure.
I knew Mike, for over 20 years.
Okay.
And I'm unofficially the kid's godfather.
Okay.
So I didn't feel comfortable reaching out to Danielle until yesterday, and I sent her a text, but want to help and want to be of assistance and let you know what I know about a pretty estranged relationship.
Okay.
So, sure. If you got any questions, I can answer them. If not, I can give you some insight.
Sure. First of all, I just want to make sure I have your name right. So is it Jim or James?
Well, I go by Jim. That's fine.
Okay, and it's Taylor, Taylor?
No, it's Kaler with a K.
Oh, Kaler.
Ahler.
Okay, KahL.
Aher.
Okay, sorry about that.
Kahler. No, that's fine.
Okay, and what's your date of birth?
5/25/58.
Okay. So you've known Mike for over 20 years?
Yep.
Okay, so if you could just kind of tell me, like, how you met Mike, and then what you know, like if you know any history about how him and Danielle met, and like what their relationship is like, and things like that.
Sure. So Mike and I go back to his days in grad school. I hired him as a intern when I worked for the Cavaliers, so that would have been 1996. He worked the NBA All-Star Game in 97. Then we hired him with the Cavs and stayed in touch with him when he worked for the Browns. So spent a lot of time with him in Cleveland. His parents were deceased. He doesn't have any siblings, so he would come to our house for, Thanksgiving and Christmas on a regular basis.
Okay.
And then I'm assuming by now you know about Mike's other wives or not?
Yes, so I knew he was married. I knew he was married previous to Kimberly, and I don't know anything about that. We just kind of run a report, and it showed that. And then I heard that he was married to Danielle's mother.
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, a lot of people will say, well, what the heck is going on there? But in fairness to Mike, Danielle's mother was dying of cancer when they were dating.
Okay.
He had terrible insurance, and he just thought, and we used to talk about this on the golf course, if I marry her, I can get her on my insurance with the Cleveland Browns or the subsidy that he was working with that worked for the Browns, and get her better coverage.
Mm-hmm.
And we would talk about that on a regular basis, Saturday mornings playing golf. So he did. And then she passed away. I think Danielle was still in the house, and one thing led to another. They fell in love and they got married.
Okay.
A lot of people don't know that, but there's a handful of his closest friends that would be aware of that.
Okay. Do you know what year he married her mother?
No, I'd have to go back and try to track it,
That's fine. And do you know how long they were married?
Wasn't long. I mean, you're probably talking year and a half to 2 years at max, as far as I could recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so obviously he met Danielle through her mom, being married to her mom.
Yep.
And
right.
They fell in love and got married.
Yep.
So what about their relationship since then?
Well, I think from my knowledge and him sharing with me, things were okay in Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
When they moved to San Francisco, that's any time in this industry, and I've done it myself. That's a big move,
right? Out
to San Francisco. So I think Danielle was okay with that. But when he lost his job with the 49ers, things started getting awful rocky, and he would tell me about her, outbursts and anger and stuff, and I say, Red, that's not good around the kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, and blah blah blah. So that went on, but he would say things to me, like I'd say, how's it going, Danielle? And he would joke around. And he'd say, well, as long as I hide the steak knives, everything will be fine.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't say things like that unless things are really rocky.
Right.
I know that when they moved to Indianapolis, I get to spend a little bit more time with them because they were closer to where my wife and I live in Athens, Ohio. But once again, there were just days where Danielle didn't like Indianapolis and heated arguments, and I would just counsel them, like, you got to try to keep the kids out of that. And I think they may have tried that, but it was obvious that the kids were around that all the time. And then he on his job when he left Indianapolis and went to Central Florida. They drove over to Athens with the kids and just wanted to know what it was like moving into academia, because I had done that after, working in the industry for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I know it was a really heated and rocky relationship. I don't believe he ever laid a hand on her or would.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my opinion based on what I heard. But to say, was she capable of throwing things at him and just really getting angry? Absolutely.
Okay. So let's back up a little bit. How did he lose his job with the 49ers? Do you know?
New ownership. Yeah, and I could put you in touch with the guy that hired him. The owner of the 49ers turned the team over to his younger son. He's like 28 when he got it. And sometimes when that happens, owners just want to kind of clear house and bring their own guys in. So Andy Dolich, you're probably going to want to write this name down, because he was with Mike at the Grizzlies and at the 49ers.
Okay.
Kind of got pushed out as the COO, and Mike was able to hang on to his job for a while, but he could see the writing on the wall so much that, he would call me on a regular basis to just let him know if I saw anything else, because he thought that Judd York, who's the current owner of the 49ers, would be bringing in his own team.
Okay.
And then that happens a lot in the industry.
Right. And what year was that? Do you remember?
No, but I could go back and backtrack it.
Oh, it's okay. I was just curious.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you had said that he mentioned, like, outbursts of anger. What exact did he describe it, or anything like that?
Usually it would be tied to alcohol.
Okay.
And just yelling and screaming and complaining about the move, and I didn't like it here, and et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. And do you know if they drank a lot?
I know well, yes, I think they both drank, but I know she, according to him, he thought she had a drinking problem. I think you guys can look it up, but I think she had 2 DUIs, right?
Okay.
And not to say that Mike, didn't drink alcohol, but I didn't see him as somebody that had a drinking problem.
Okay. Have you ever seen him when he's drinking or had drank?
Yeah, plenty of times. I've been with him.
Okay.
Plenty of times.
And
over the years.
How would you describe him when he used to drink?
Social drinker that doesn't really change his emotions or his attitude, or
okay.
And somebody that would, especially last time I saw him in person, he had taken some weight off, and he was focused on trying to get healthier, because he had a bunch of problems with his ankle that he was able to fix without surgery.
Okay. How would you describe him normally?
Lovable guy. Walks into the room with a smile, gets along with everybody, and just has magical ability to build relationships.
Okay. When was the last time you saw him?
Okay. Definitely National Sports Forum last February, and I'm trying to think if I saw him, because usually we'd bump into each other at conferences and conventions.
Right.
But if not that, probably talk to him on a monthly basis.
Okay. Do you remember the last time you talked to him?
Right before Christmas.
Okay. And last February, had he said anything about his marriage to Danielle?
Yeah, they were talking about getting a divorce, filing for a divorce, and what have you. He was in and out of the house. I know he had he had rented a separate property to be close to the kids and all that, but I do know that before Christmas he was back in the house, and I asked him how things were going, and, some days were good and some days were bad. And, I chuckle with him. I said, "Are you still hiding the steak knives?" And he goes, oh yeah, So that's probably the last time I talked to him.
Okay.
And then, I don't think he's the type of guy that would take his own life, because I know a bunch of us were planning on seeing him at this conference coming up in Las Vegas, the National Sports Forum. He's on the steering committee along with me and a lot of other close friends. I know through Ohio University alumni, that's where he got his master's degree, that some of them were planning on guest speaking in his class and seeing him in a week or two for a different event. So he was in regular contact with a bunch of people. And I had the program now at Ohio University, so a lot of people that were his classmates and people that were close to him have just been, calling me every other day saying, "Hey, have you heard anything?" I'm like, "No," but I thought, well, I know our county prosecutor pretty well. I asked him to call down to your office or your prosecutor's office and just make myself available, and that's how he got me.
Okay. Do you know if he was looking at any other job offers recently?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
He'd ask me, "What do I think about this job or that job?" And I know he was being recruited pretty hard for a job at Madison Square Garden.
Okay. And did he?
But we would have those discussions like, "Red, you sure you want to do that? Because think of the distance from the kids and everything that would go with,
Okay. So when he was talking about that, he was talking about him just leaving, or the whole family leaving, or?
I made the assumption that Danielle wouldn't move, so I said, "Hey, one of the things you got to think about is, the amount of time that you have with the kids, because the one nice thing about academia, you can still put the hours in, but you can kind of, dictate the hours and take a lot of the work home with you if you want."
Right. Okay. When he used to say, like when he would joke around about throwing the steak knives or hiding.
Well, he only ever said hiding.
Hiding.
But
okay.
But I know there were times where Danielle threw things at him when the kids were around.
Okay. So do you know what she would throw, or?
I can't recall specifically. It might have been a wine glass or something like that. But definitely, she had, as he would describe, a pretty explosive, personality.
Okay. And have you ever seen her drink?
Yeah.
And what is she like when you saw her drink?
Usually it would be a social setting, so it wouldn't be too late in the evening. And at my age, I go to bed pretty early, so nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. And how would you describe her personality, like when she's just regular, not drinking?
I don't know. I mean, at times she would confide with my wife, Katie, and Mike was always saying, "Hey, can't you have Katie talk to her, calm her down, let her know that it's natural to be moving in this industry." At times she would be quiet, and then at times she would just be normal,
Okay. And do you know, when they were talking about divorce, do you know why they were talking about divorce?
He would never go into the specifics, but it just sounded like it was a toxic environment for the kids to be around.
Okay.
And, I wouldn't be surprised. Mike, was before he got into business was a lawyer. If he wouldn't put some notes away somewhere in his computer or something because I said, "Red, what are you going to do if you get into a battle over custody or something?"
Right.
So.
Okay. Do you know if either one ever had any affairs or any other relationships other than?
Not to the best of my knowledge, and knowing Mike the way I know him, I don't think he'd be capable of that, because between work and the kids, that was really he was doing everything he could to just give those kids a normal life.
Okay. And when you say that he was just trying to give the kids a normal life, what do you mean by that?
Good upbringing, providing for them educationally, and everything else.
Okay. Let me just go over these notes here.
Now, the other thing that I'm, because you hear bits and pieces, and I was trying to run this one down, but it's hearsay. So through a friend of a friend said that Mike had told him that Jaden was dating an older guy, and that the older guy was 30, which to me is a crime in and of itself.
Right.
So I was trying to run that out and check with different people, and I've heard conflicting views. That no, one guy was sure that Mike had said that to him, and that would be Pat O'Connor. Okay. Pat is on the board with Mike at Central Florida. He's a proud grad of Ohio University, but Pat's the president of minor league baseball.
Okay.
And then Mike Millay, I don't know if you've come across that name. He lives locally, used to run Disney Sports, and he said, no, I don't think that's true. So I said, well, Mike, you better call Pat and just find out what's going on there.
Okay. Do you know what that was?
And then I just heard this all since he's passed, and then I've been in conversation with Alex. I don't know if you've talked to Alex, but Alex is like the chairman of their board. He used to work at Disney Sports too.
Right.
And I said, Alex, did you know anything about Jaden? And I was digging deep because I'm the godfather. I'm concerned.
Right.
And he said, no, I don't know anything about that, but I know that Mike went to the police once about Jaden. So I said, well, that kind of makes sense if maybe she's dating an older guy, and he wanted to see, what the whatever would be.
Right. Okay.
But I can get you in touch with, people that are pretty close to him and were around him as all this went down.
Okay. I think we talked to Alex already. I have a couple other detectives working with me, so there's a lot. Mike knew a lot of people.
Oh God.
So we're talking to a lot of people. So I think that we did talk to Alex. I'm not sure about Mike or Pat.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Alex could probably get you everybody that's on Mike's board at Central Florida, or Richard Lapchek could get you that.
Okay. Yep. And we've already talked to Richard and his other coworker, Susie. So
Keith Harrison.
No, Susie Katz.
Oh yeah. There's another professor down there I know by the name of Keith Harrison.
Oh, okay, Keith.
Yeah.
Let me see. Do you think, did you ever see Mike with any bruises, or Danielle with any bruises, or anything like that?
Nope.
No. Okay. And
now, did he ever talk about any? He probably did, but I'm trying to, if it wouldn't surprise me if she would, take a swing at him.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Just because of the way he described her outburst.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And were her outbursts usually when she had been drinking?
That or the morning after.
Okay. Is there anything that you think is important that I haven't asked you, or just?
No, I'm glad I brought up the thing about Jaden's boyfriend, because I don't know if that's true or not, but I think it's worth looking into.
So we did. I can tell you, we do have a report a previous report with Jaden, and it didn't involve an older man.
Okay.
So if that puts
That's
your
good.
mind a little bit at ease.
Yeah, and the other thing, I'm trying to plan a fundraiser to raise scholarship money for both of those kids, but it's right now you don't know what to do, and then word just came out late today before I was working out that there is going to be a service Monday at 11 at I think it's St. Mary's in Winter Park, right?
Yes. So in fact, I just printed that out. It's Sunday. There's visitation.
Viewing?
Yeah, viewing or wake, and then on the 28th there is a funeral at St. Margaret Mary. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So.
Now, I understand by Florida law that nothing has to be released on autopsy or anything else like that until law enforcement is ready to, and that was somebody did some research. That's a law that just may have gone into effect this year.
Right. Well, it's an open investigation, so the ME isn't going to release anything to the press or anybody until the investigation's closed. So, now they did release the body to Danielle. So that's why they're having the funeral, I guess, next week.
Right.
So. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I would say there's a 90% chance that I will be there. As luck would have it, I was supposed to be driving my wife to Rochester, New York, because her godfather passed away. But I think I'll have her team up with her sisters, and I'll find a way to get down for the service.
Okay.
So if you need to track me down for anything else, you got my number.
Sure. And our department's only a couple blocks away from there.
Yeah.
But if there's anything else, the number that I called you on, I don't know if it showed up.
Hang on a second. I'll tell you. No, it didn't. Let me run in and get a pen if you don't mind.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Hang on a second. I know you can't put a timeline on these things, but do you think this thing could drag on for a couple of months, or?
No, we don't foresee that happening.
Okay. And then, are you allowed to let me know? I mean, somebody else I called the woman that was on the news, and she said, "Hey, the kids are in good shape, but I can't tell you anything else other than they're in good hands." You know?
Yeah. So.
And a piece of paper. Yeah. Go ahead.
At this point, we don't think the kids are in any danger.
Right.
So I guess Danielle's other stepfather came down. Robert Aquino, do you know him?
I've heard a lot about him, but don't know him. I might have met him at the one funeral. Go ahead. Give me your number.
Okay. My desk number is 407. 599. 3484.
And your name again?
My first name is Pam.
Okay.
And my last name is Ware. I'll spell it. It's WOEHR. But it's pronounced like "Where are you?"
Yeah, got it. Yeah, I think the only other thing I could tell you about the family that Danielle grew up in, because I had heard my share of stories there, was that it was pretty dysfunctional, and I know her mother was happy to get out of it. Mm-hmm. And then I know, in talking to another close friend, that when he would talk to the kids, I think he saw the kids last summer, like, "Hey, do you stay in touch with any of your relatives up in Cleveland?" It was like, "Oh, we really don't like going up there."
Okay.
So I don't know enough about it, but I know it wasn't exactly harmonious.
Okay. Do you know when Mike and Danielle met, were there issues with her family about their relationship? Did he say anything about that?
I would have to think there were, but the way he portrayed their family, she was happy to be kind of breaking away from parts of it.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
So.
All right.
I hope you gave you something, and God bless with your work, because there's a lot of people just trying to figure out what exactly happened.
Right. I understand.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Unfortunately, I can't say too much.
No, I understand. So
Okay.
You just know you got a friend here in Athens, Ohio, if you need anything else or want me to track somebody down for you.
Okay, great. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, have a good night.
All right,
Bye.
you too. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Does anyone want to...
This concludes the interview with Mr. Kaler. It is spelled...
Does anybody want to listen to another interview? Or have you been interviewed out? Does anyone want to listen to another interview, or are you interviewed out? Would anybody like to hear another interview? There's a pole up there for you. There's a pole up there for you. There's a pole up there for you. Hi, Susie. Thank you, Susie. Majority saying yes. So we've listened to Katz and Kaler. Do you want to listen to Keen? Let's listen to Keen. This is going to be a quick one, only 2 minutes and 59 seconds.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Keene.
Yes.
Hi, this is Detective Ware with Winter Park Police Department. How are you today?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. I was wondering, we got some information that you might have some information and be able to help us on the case that we're working with, the Redlicks.
Right.
And I didn't know if you would be willing to come down and just kind of talk to us about things that you know or seen.
Okay. When do you want me to come down?
Yeah, that'd be great. If you can just come down and meet with us. We're just trying to get all the information that we can on the...
So this is still open then?
It is still open.
Okay.
And I didn't know, I know an officer drove by this morning and said the news is still out there, so we don't want to show up at your house because we don't want to...
Well, the news, there's no news here now, but
okay.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. We don't want you to open... We don't want to open you up to that, so...
I know.
But whenever it's convenient for you, it's really based on whenever it's convenient for you.
Are you there? Are you there now?
Yep, we're here now. So if you want to come in,
it's right on Park Avenue, isn't it?
It's at New York and I'm sorry, it's on Canton and Virginia.
Okay.
So it's
Canton.
up a little bit from Canton's the one by Panera.
Yeah, take a right there.
Yep. So if you turn right, if you come up on Park or like Interlochen or whatever or Park.
Yeah.
If you turn right, you go past New York, and then it's going to be the next. There's a stop sign. It's right by the fire. It's in the same building as the fire department.
It's on the right side then.
Yep, it's on the right. Yep, it's it's 500 North Virginia.
Okay. I'll run down now. I don't know if that's good for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Do you need my wife or just?
If she has any information, if she's seen anything, that would be helpful too. If she wants to come down, it's all voluntary, so we'll right now.
I know.
Okay.
All right. It's Wagner, right?
Well, she came out and saw you, but my last name is Ware.
Here. Okay.
And I'm the lead detective on the case.
Okay. I'll be down in probably 15 minutes. How's that?
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
This is Detective Ware, case number 2019-46000053. The date is 1/25/19. The time is 11:18. I am going to attempt to contact Janice Reeves at 407-647-5953.
Sorry, we can't take your call right now, but please leave your name and number, and we will get back with you as soon as possible. Thank you, and have a great day.
Hi, Jan. This is Detective Ware with Winter Park Police Department. If you can call me back, I'd appreciate it. It's 407-599-3484. The time is 11:19. Thank you. Bye. Detective Ware.
Oh, hi, Detective. This is Jerry returning your phone call regarding the Mike Redlick case.
Yes, sir. How are you doing today?
Well, I guess I'm doing okay. A little stunned at the turn of events.
Mm-hmm.
And we got a lot of friends that have known Mike from New York days, wait 30 years, whatever, so they're all asking me questions. I don't have any answers right now, so I was just trying to glean from you if there was anything new developments.
There is not any. It's still an open investigation, so it's very limited information as to what I can release.
Right.
But
can I
go ahead.
Sorry.
Yes, of course.
Can I provide you with some information anonymously?
Sure.
Or do I? I'm just really torn by this because
it's not anonymous anymore, Jerry.
For 30 years, I also counsel drug addicts, alcoholics, and Mike was dealing with some very serious issues with Danielle along the lines of alcoholism, as I saw it, plus some mental issues, and there was also some. I know you're aware of the police incident that happened with her, but there was also some domestic violence inside the house on her part, not his.
Okay.
He wouldn't hurt a fly. So I've been real torn about what, if anything, to do. I've talked to a lot of friends, and they said, Jerry, you should just make a phone call. I think I'll sleep better at night knowing that you have as much information as possible.
Right.
But I can tell you this, I've known the guy for 30 years, and Mike Redlick would never commit suicide. If I'm proved wrong, then I didn't know the guy as well as I think I did. But he just had too much to live for. He adored his kids. And I would be shocked if that was a determination.
Okay. Did you guys see them out together at all? Anytime?
I visited with them. I came up to Orlando. But, of course, when I was up there, Danielle was always on her best behavior.
Okay.
And Mike and Sawyer, his son, would come down and visit me in Palm Beach Gardens every couple months because Sawyer's a big baseball fan. I had some connections down here. But I'm aware of every single incident. The incident that she got arrested for the probation violation. I'm well aware of that incident.
Okay.
I believe there was a second incident with the police officers where again, she was under the influence. All kinds of problems with parental responsibilities with their kids that were being interfered with by alcohol.
Okay.
And I had said to him on numerous occasions, Mike, the consequences are going to get worse here. They're going to get more dramatic. You got to do something.
Right.
My suggestion was the Baker Act her. He tried to do something at one point, I think after the incident with the cops. It got her into a mental health facility, but it was, or maybe just a hospital, I don't know which, but it also happened to be the same weekend as the Orlando nightclub massacre, so it was all about triage, and they let her go.
Okay.
So, I'm hoping for not the worst, but like I said, I just feel that's why I want to do this anonymously, that you get all the information you need in this case. I just don't. I've got a bad feeling about this. I really do. So.
Okay. Did you ever see anything like on him, like any bruises or anything like that?
I never saw it because anytime I came up to visit them, there was a lot of notice. So again, she'd be on her best behavior. I do know about the fact that she did, attack him on more than one occasion physically. I know she threw an ashtray at him at one point, a very heavy ashtray, which I believe cut him. But there was certainly, and not to mention the verbal outburst, the profanity-laced outburst in front of the kids. Again, this is all Michael talking to me on the phone.
Right.
But the guy was honest as the day is long, and he just, he's just such an easygoing guy, and I just kept trying to beat into him that, this is a dangerous situation, that she was a danger to herself as well as to him and the kids. And that's why I kept pushing for Baker Act. I, talked to some other healthcare professionals down here. They were all in agreement on that front. So, I know she called. I left a message for her after the incident, and she called me back, told me she was in a mental health facility because she was suicidal after the fact. Then called her again. She called me, and she got me. The first one was just a message. And we talked at some length, and I said, Danielle, what happened? I mean, what's going on here? And all she said to me was words to the effect of, I can't talk about it. I've been advised not to, but sooner or later you'll hear the truth, and don't listen to whatever the media is saying. And at that point, I said, Danielle, I don't even know what's going on. There's nothing out there right now. This is shortly after the incident.
Right.
I said, I've heard homicide, maybe suicide, but there's nothing out there. So I don't know what you're talking about with the media. A friend of mine talked about, who was associated with Michael, talked about a reporter who had gone over to the house after the fact. I guess that the door was ajar and there was blood everywhere inside the house. That to me doesn't speak to any type of suicide, So I just, like I said, I hope against the worst, but, my major concern here, Detective, at this point is the kids,
Right.
It's all about the kids. First of all, I know they're devastated, but as long as she keeps doing what she's doing in terms of the alcohol, and maybe I think there were pills involved at one point. I don't know that she can. I don't know how long she's in jail for or whether she's out again. But, I think it's a dangerous situation. It will continue to be until she gets help.
Right.
And she's totally, I know the drill with addicts and alcoholics. I call it the triple D battery inside their head: defiance, denial, delusion. They got all three of them. It's just like, I'll never go down. I don't have a problem. Well, maybe I do have a problem, but I'll fix it tomorrow. And it's just, it's, as I said before, it's a progression. The consequences just continue to get more dramatic.
Okay.
And unfortunately, just got to the point with Mike where he said, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I said, okay, Mike, okay. We won't talk about it. So just, anyway, I just feel like I needed to let you know, and if this helps you, fine. If not, I just feel better knowing that you have, because a lot of his friends up there, people he worked with, after talking with them after the fact, were not they knew that there were some marital issues, but none of them were aware of what I was aware of, and I was there as somebody who could counsel him, and as a 30-year-old friend,
Right.
for a year long. So, I knew as much, if not more, than anybody. So, anyway, you've got my number, and if you need to talk to me again, I'm certainly. I've worked 2 jobs. I'm in food and beverage as well as the counseling. So, if you miss me, I can always get back to you as soon as I can.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem. Take care.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
This is Detective Ware. The date is January 18th, 2019. The time is 18:44 hours. And I am going to call Jim Taylor at phone number 440-781-7411. This is in reference to case number 2019-46000053.
Hi, this is Jim Kaler, and I'm sorry I'm not available to take your call right now, but if you please leave me a message, I'll do my best to get back to you as soon as possible. And have a great day.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, Mr. Taylor. This is Detective Ware with Winter Park Police Department. The state attorney reached out to us and said that you might have some information reference a case that I'm working. If you could call me back, I'd appreciate it. It's 409-599-3484. If I don't hear from you within the next 15 minutes or so, I'll be back in the office on Tuesday at 8 a.m. Again, my name is Detective Ware. It's spelled W-O-E-H-R, and the number is 407-599-3484. Thank you so much. Bye. Hey, Mr. Aquino, this is Detective Ware.
Hi, how you doing there?
I'm good. I heard that you went and picked up the children.
Yes, they're here.
Okay, at the house.
Yes.
Does Jaden need her backpack back? I didn't realize we weren't able to get it to her before school let out.
Yes, I think she does. She's right here. You need your backpack? Oh, yeah. No.
I can.
Yeah, she does need it.
Okay. Would it be easier for me to drop it off, or I'm
sure
at the station, or do you want to come by?
Sure.
Or? Okay.
No, it'd be easier if you could drop it off.
Okay. Then I'll be on my way to drop it off.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah, it was the detective. We did real good.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you give me an address and I'll drive or walk over?
Sure. You'll probably want to drive.
Okay.
A couple miles. It's 500.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I got a pen in my hands and a phone in my ear. Okay, go ahead. 500
North Virginia
North Virginia
Avenue,
Okay.
and it's Winter Park.
Winter Park. Okay, and then it's what, the police station?
Yes.
Okay.
You can just come in the front door, and there's a lady at the reception's desk. You can just ask for me.
I'll ask for you. Okay, 1:30.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, we'll see you. We'll see you later today.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye.
This is Detective Ware. The date is 1/13/19. The time is 14:50 hours. This is in reference to case number 2019-46000053. I will be attempting to call Robert Aguino, Alpha Quebec Uniform India November Oscar 6955 from phone number 216-544-8145.
Has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 21654481445 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, this message is for Robert Aguino. This is Detective Ware with Winter Park Police Department. I'll spell my last name. It's Woehr. Again, it's Detective Ware with Winter Park Police Department. My phone number is 407-599-3484. I understand that you called and you wanted a call back. If you can call me back, I'd appreciate it. I'm not sure how long I'll be here today, but tomorrow I will be back in the office from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. Thank you. Bye. This is Detective Ware. It is January 13th, 2019. Case number is 2019-46000053. The time is 16:40. I will be calling the Redlick's neighbor, Jan, at phone number 407-619-2467.
Hello?
Hi, Jan?
Yes?
Hi, this is Detective Ware with Winter Park Police Department. How are you today?
Yes. I'm well, thank you. How are you, Detective?
I'm good. I talked to Danielle earlier, and we just released the house, and I have a key.
Okay.
I stopped by your house, but nobody was there.
I was walking dogs. I walked Leo first, and I had to walk my two.
It's fine.
I just walked in.
It's no problem. So I have a couple things to finish up at the office. Are you going to be there in about, 45 minutes or so?
I'm leaving for church, Detective, at about 5:30, 5:40. I should be here.
Okay, so
and then I'll be back after 7.
Okay, so if I get there before 5:30...
Yes, I'll be here.
Okay, I just want to drop off the key. She said that to leave it with you.
Okay.
She said she was going to call you. I didn't know if she had a chance yet or not.
No, I have not heard from her.
Okay. So we locked the house, and the key that I have is to the back door by the pool.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's the only key that I
have. She said that it was fine if I just left it with you.
Sure.
So, okay, I'm sure she'll call you. But I will be at your house before 5:30.
Okay, Detective. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry I missed you the first time.
It's okay.
You're
It's
welcome.
not a problem. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. This is Detective Ware, reference case number 2019-46000053. The date is 1/25/19. The time is 11:07. And I am going to attempt to contact Jan 828-964-3255.
Hello?
Hi, Jan?
Yes.
Hi, this is Detective Ware with Winter Park Police Department.
Oh, yes. Hi, Detective.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very disturbed by what happened.
Right.
Anyway, have you got any information about the kids?
Right now they're staying at the house with their step-grandfather.
So they're at home?
Yes.
Okay, with their step-grandfather. Okay.
Real quick, do you mind if I just ask your last name?
Yes, Omans. O-M-A-N-S.
Okay.
And we used to be next-door neighbors till they moved to Temple.
Okay.
We live on Forest Avenue, so we became friends that way.
Okay. And what year was that?
Gee, a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Maybe 3 or 4, maybe even 5.
Okay. And did you know anything about their personal relationship or?
Yeah, I knew they were having troubles for a couple of years because Michael knew that we went to North Carolina during the summer, and a couple of years ago he asked if when we were gone if he could rent our house, and we said of course.
Okay.
And we did it for 2 or 3 years, and even to last year, I think. And then he said he was going to, because they were on and off. It was a very troubled marriage. And he rented from our house, because when we came back, we needed our house back, and he said he was going to rent. I think he did sign a contract to rent a condo nearby. And then I don't know if he actually did or not, but the last time we talked to him, and I'm not sure when that was, he said he was back home.
Okay.
So he was a lot in and out of the house.
Okay. And did he ever explain why he was in and out of the house?
Yeah, he just said that she was very, Danielle was very up and down, and the fighting was impossible, and sometimes he felt it was better for the kids if he just left.
Okay. And did he ever mention any physical violence, or was it verbal violence?
Well, I don't think it was physical violence, but I do know that even when we were back in the house, he asked if he could put his medicine in our refrigerator because she once threw it out. And it needed to be refrigerated.
Okay.
And I don't know what the medication was for.
Okay. Okay. And have you ever seen either one of them with any bruises or any marks or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Okay. And you live, so during the wintertime, you guys live here in Winter Park?
Yes, we're here now.
Okay.
We usually are here from October through April, May, or June when we decide to go up north.
Depending on how cold it is in North Carolina.
I know. I'm so happy to be here. You have no idea. This cold I love.
Yeah.
This is perfect.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, there's not much else that I can give you. It is still an open investigation, so but we are aware of the children, obviously, and we are taking precautions for their safety and things.
Good. I was just worried that maybe they were in some kind of a, I don't know.
Yeah, right now.
Place.
Yeah, right now, DCF. They have, they're aware of everything that's going on. So.
Okay, good.
So, yep. So, obviously, there are concerned as well. So.
Yes, they're darling children, and we love them. We definitely don't want to take care of them, but if they need, because we're 78, if they need anything, let us know.
Okay, I will pass that along.
Thank you very much for calling. If you have any other questions, call back.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. This is Detective Ware. The case number is 2019-46000053. The date is 1/13/2019. The time is 15:54 hours. I am attempting to contact Robert Aquino at phone number 216-544-8145. Mr. Aguino?
Yes.
Hi, this is Detective Ware with Winter Park.
Yes, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you driving safely to Florida?
Yes, we are. We're just got on the I-95.
Oh, okay. I was wondering, I know that you said that you were going to be here around tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Sometime, and I didn't know if you had a chance to talk to your daughter or not. But I was wondering if I have a DCF report here, and we just wanted to know some of the family dynamics to ensure their safety. So I didn't know if you'd be willing to come in and talk to me, or talk to me over the phone.
I have no problem. I have no problem talking to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you rather do it in person or over the phone?
No, I can do it in person. That way we can meet, face to face.
Okay, that'd be great. I can give you my address. Are you driving right now, or is your other...
No, my daughter's driving right now. I'm the co-pilot.
Okay, good. I didn't want you to write something.
No, we're okay. We're okay.
I can give you my address.
Okay, I'm getting a picture right now.
Okay.
Got it. No, I got my phone. I can put it on my phone. Okay, shoot.
Okay,
not literally.
Okay, it's 500 North Virginia Avenue.
500 North Virginia Avenue.
Mm-hmm. Winter Park, Florida.
Okay.
32789.
For from her house, right?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got headphones on. Okay, North Virginia, Winter Park.
Yep, it's 500 North Virginia Avenue, Winter Park. It's probably about 5 minutes from her house.
Right. That's what I commented on. It's probably like real close to her place. Okay.
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, sometime tomorrow?
Yeah, you can just call and whenever you get in, and then we can meet sometime tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, have you talked to her at all today, or?
Yes.
Okay.
She got on my phone while we were on the road and asked me how far away we were, and I told her the same thing. We're like 5 hours out still.
Okay.
Okay?
All righty. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
This is Detective Ware. The case number is 2019-46000053. The date is January 13th, 2019. I will be calling Robert Aquino, white male, 6'9", on phone number 216-544-8145. It is the subject's stepfather.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Aquino?
Yes.
Hi, this is Detective Ware with Winter Park Police Department.
Hello there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine. I'm glad you called me back because I wasn't sure what was going on.
Yes. I can't tell you too much, but I can try to answer anything that you might have.
Okay. Well, me and my daughter, we're going to drive in. We're going to be there like maybe Tuesday morning at the latest, I think.
Okay.
The only thing I'm concerned is can we get in the house, or is the house still under whatever?
The house has been released. I am dropping a key off to their neighbor.
Okay.
And I'm not quite sure of the address of their neighbor, but it's when you're looking at the house, it's the blue house to the left.
Okay.
So it's kind of like on the side of the house. Her name is Jan, but I
think my daughter knows her pretty good. Okay.
Okay. So the key will be, I'm dropping off the key this evening to her.
Okay.
Have you talked to Danielle?
Yes, she called me this afternoon.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is when we get in town, we'll get in contact with the social worker and with Danielle, and then we'll just take it from there, whatever happens.
Okay. I do recommend that I told Danielle the same thing. The house needs to be cleaned. By like a professional cleaner, maybe. So there is, like I told her, she can just search professional biohazard cleaners, and there's like a whole list of numbers that come up, and we don't recommend anybody, but it's not hard to find somebody to clean.
Okay. Well, if anything, we won't let the kids, if we have the kids with us, we won't let them go in the house, you know.
Yeah, I recommend that as well. They shouldn't be in the house until it's cleaned.
Okay. But can I ask you how did he die? I mean,
I can't.
Would you know, or okay?
I do know, but I can't release that information.
Okay, that's fine then. That's fine. Okay, well, thanks for calling me back, first of all. And, like I said, when we get in town, we'll just take it from there,
Okay, if you have any questions, this is my my desk number is what you called on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have your number, and if there's, if I need to call you or anything, I will do so, know. And thanks for calling me back.
All right, no problem. Thank you. Have a safe trip.
Okay, thank you.
All right, bye.
Okay, bye.
This concludes the phone conversation with Robert Aquino at 16:54 hours.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. You said this is Mark Bluestein?
It is.
Hey, okay, how you doing? Thanks for giving me a call back.
No, thank you for giving me a call back.
No worries. Mr. Bluestein, before we get started, I just want to make sure I have all the right information for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Your full name is just Mark, or is it Marcus, or?
No, it is Mark, M-A-R-C.
Okay, and M-A-R-C, and your last name, how do you spell it?
Blue like the color.
Okay.
S as in Sam, T-E-I-N.
Okay, and your date of birth, Mark?
2/13/72.
Okay, and what is your current address?
12804 Grand Elm, that's 2 words, Street.
Okay.
Clarksburg, C-L-A-R-K-S, B-U-R-G, Maryland.
Okay.
And the zip code is 20871.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Bluestein, I know you called earlier about the Redlick family.
Yes.
Can you tell me how you knew them?
Sure. So, Mike Redlick and I were longtime sports business industry colleagues and very close friends. We met through the industry, and we met in 2008, and we served on several industry boards together. My company did work for Mike when he was at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and most recently I served and still serve as a member of the UCF Sports Management Board of Directors, which Mike oversaw that program. Okay. And I also, have been and gotten to know Danielle and his kids, over the years as well.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just writing this all down.
Yeah.
So, and you said you met him in 2008. When was the last time you saw Mr. Redlick?
So the last time I actually saw Mike was in July of this past year.
Okay, and how did he seem when you saw him?
He was, fine. He was, his usual stuff. I saw him with his son Sawyer at a NASCAR race, and he was in good spirits. He was, in the typical, mode. He had recently moved out and gotten an apartment based on the issues he and Danielle were having, but it was sort of, it was business as usual. And I actually talked to him. Actually, the last time I talked to him was the Thursday night before he was found, deceased in his home. So I guess that was Saturday the 12th. So I talked to him on the phone is that Thursday the 10th?
Yes, that you spoke with him that day?
I spoke with him on the evening of Thursday the 10th of January, yes.
Okay, and how did that conversation go?
Yeah, it was fairly good. It was, we talked because, I was traveling down to Florida for the Daytona 500, and Mike usually comes over from Orlando Winter Park and meets with me there, and we get together live. And then he had a board meeting coming up the end of February that we were making some arrangements for, and he wanted me to talk to his class. But at one point, kind of toward the end of the conversation, he mentioned something about like the kids and Danielle, and I said, "Wait a second." I said, "Are you back in the house?" And he said, "I am." And I said, "Okay, what's up? I mean, how is that going? Is Danielle not raging anymore?" He's like, sort of getting better. I said, "Is she still drinking?" "No, she's not drinking as much." "Is she going to AA?" "No." And I said, "Okay, well, what prompted this?" And he said, and he always kind of confided in me when we were together personally. Mm-hmm. And he said, I'll tell you more. I said, "What led you going back in the house?" He said, "I'll tell you more when I see you in a few weeks." And then that was obviously 2 days later, he was deceased.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You can go ahead.
No, what I was going to say is the reason I reached out, right, to you, to the authorities that were investigating, especially reading under suspicious circumstances and hearing, obviously, things through hearsay, whether they're true or not true, I don't know, is, Mike, does have parents, he doesn't have siblings, his close friends were, and I consider myself one of them, were sort of really close and new, and for years were very aware, I was very aware of the issues, through his lens that he and Danielle had, where he had expressed to me, as far as concerns and her drinking problem and mental instability, and there's a history of mental illness in the family. He had shared with me over the years that she had been physical with him, not only verbally abusive and mentally abusive, but also physically abusive. And I just started to hear some things secondhand where I just sort of felt like, I don't know if Mike has an advocate or somebody telling Mike's version of events. And I don't know if there was anybody that the authorities knew to talk to. So I talked to my wife and a couple of friends of mine, do you get involved? Do you not get involved? And I just sort of felt like, on behalf of Mike, I didn't know how many people could advocate for him or give the authorities information that would help resolve how he may have passed, which is what prompted my call.
Well, we very much appreciate you doing that. Like you said, there isn't too much family to speak with, so people who were close to him, who knew both of them together, it's definitely important that we talk to you. And we just like to collect as much information as we possibly can. So you referenced, you said she wasn't raging or drinking, so
yes.
You typically know her to be a drinker, a heavy drinker, is that?
Yes. Every time I was in her company, she was always had drinking. Mike had expressed to me over time that he felt that she was alcoholic, that there was, I think, alcoholism in her family or some compulsive tendencies in her family, and like that, she wished, he wished, she wished, the kids wished she wouldn't drink and stop drinking. But I've known her to, through Mike's side, right, that, she would be classified as having a drinking problem. And yes, I've been around her where, we've been at events where she has drank socially. But, there have been times when I've been around her and the kids and certain things where she has been, drinking as well. So I've known her to be drinking, yes.
And when she drank, did you see a difference in her demeanor, her personality?
No, I can't. I mean, I have to be honest with you, Detective. I can't say that, and I don't think it would be fair to say that. I always thought that, in my opinion, Danielle was a bit flighty, a bit odd. But I don't know that I could say I saw any type of behaviors that she demonstrated, whether she was drinking or not drinking. I don't think I could fairly say that.
Okay. You said that you've seen her drinking around the kids.
Yes.
How did you see her relationship with the kids? What was her like?
When I was around her, one time was at a dinner at a charity event. Another time was a weekend where we served on a board together. It was a board retreat in San Diego. I mean, she was a mom, right? She was, I don't think she was. I wouldn't classify her as like an overprotective mom or a doting mom, but I don't think it'd be fair when I was around her to say she was a bad mom. I just think that she was a mom, right? And there wasn't really any difference one way or the other. Like, she didn't stand out to be a spectacular mom. She didn't stand out to be this terrible mom. She was just a mom to the kids.
Okay. And you mentioned that you asked if she had gone to AA. Had she done that in the past that you knew about?
I'm not aware that she ever entered, like, a 12-step program for the alcohol. I know it was something that Mike said that they had talked about. Mike had hoped she would do, but I don't know that ever happened.
Okay. And he mentioned to you that she was physically abusive?
Yes, he definitely.
Specific incidents or just...
No specific incidents other than the fact that he is, we talked about abusive, and he had said, she's not only mentally and verbally abusive, she has at times been physically abusive. It was sort of how he said. There's one thing that really stands out to me, and I've shared this with a couple of my friends that are close to Mike, and, he goes by Red, right? So I got to try to say Mike and not Red, but that he, Red shared with me years and years ago. I mean, we're going back 9-10 years.
Mm-hmm.
He called me one day, and it was always like, it was a very happy, hey buddy, how are you? I'm like, I'm good. How are you? He's like, how am I? I'm trying to figure out if my wife is really certifiably mentally like insane or just a bitch. And I was like, really? Like, that always stuck with me, and I never shared that with anybody other than like my own wife over the years. And then recently with this and sort of some of the suspicious things that have been reported, right, and how it's being investigated, I've shared that with a couple of people. But like, this is your spouse and the mother of your children, right? And that's sort of how you express it. And, in Red's way, the way he expressed it, like, he wasn't, like, almost, it sounds like a very negative statement to say about your wife, but it was almost like he was just exasperated, right? If that makes sense to you?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely does. Did he mention anything, like, that happened right before that made him say that, or it sounds like they were going through something tough, and that's what he...
That's right.
Okay.
But it sounded like every time I was either with him or talked to him, the topic came up, like they were always going through something, right? It was never like a peaceful, harmonious, like, marriage.
Okay. And did you ever see them in any type of altercation?
I did not. No, I did not.
No physical. What about arguing? Did you see them argue?
No, I wouldn't say arguing. I was around them when Mike would say a couple of things, and Danielle would look annoyed or appeared annoyed. But I don't know. Is that just a husband and a wife getting annoyed with each other? At the time, did it seem out of sorts and out of the ordinary? To me, no. I wouldn't have classified it. You look back now and go, all right, well, what the hell was really going on? Wasn't probably a pleasant situation. But I don't know that I could really call out anything specific.
Okay. And you said that Michael had recently moved out when you had seen him last. Did he say exactly why he moved out? Did he say it was because they were fighting, or
he just couldn't take Danielle anymore? He just couldn't take it anymore, and he even said like the kids can barely take it anymore.
Okay. Did he ever mention that she was abusive to the kids or anything like that?
That she was abusive to the kids?
Yeah.
Verbally, he did. He said he had mentioned that she was extremely verbally abusive to the children.
Okay. And did the kids, when you saw the kids with them together, did you notice anything with the kids, how they acted towards her or anything like that?
No. I mean, other than just kind of normal. I mean, when I saw Mike, with Sawyer and Jaden at like a NASCAR race, or Sawyer, somewhere else, or he would show me pictures of him and Sawyer on baseball things they did. It was very, very engaging, very loving, very fatherly, with a son, with a daughter. And then just, it seemed just very normal with Danielle and the kids. Like I said, I didn't notice any sort of resistance from the kids to her, or any negative behaviors from her to the children.
Okay. And if you could describe Michael to me, how would you describe him? What kind of person was he?
Yeah, very, very warm, very caring, certainly a devoted father, a frustrated husband by what he would deal with his wife is, sort of, but trying to do and be engaged and present for his children, because I think he sort of feared for his children based on his wife's behavior. But, and just very caring, very, his friends meant a lot to him because his friends were like his family, because, he didn't have siblings, he didn't have parents, right? So several of us that were super close to him, we were treated more like, every time he would call me, he would say, because I go by the name, it's ironic, Redlick, he goes by Red, Bluestein, I go by Blue, right? So he would call me like, my brother Blue. It was always my brother, right, is what started with, right? And, so he's like, red, blue, where's white, right? And so that's how I would describe him, in type of.
And what about Danielle? How would you describe her?
I would probably describe her as odd and aloof.
Aloof?
Yeah, and odd.
Okay. Are there any specific incidents that you can think of right now that he had mentioned to you, like specific days or anything that would be important for us to know about?
No, I mean, other than, like I said, when I talked to him the Thursday before he passed, I was very surprised to hear him tell me that he was back in the house.
Okay.
And again, it was like, I'll explain it to you when I see it in a few weeks, because I knew he finally, when he sort of left over the last several years, he left and went back and left and went back, but he kind of was crashing at a buddy's house, or he was sleeping on somebody's couch. He never made the commitment to get his own place. Then he went and he had told me he had gotten his own apartment. So when I talked to him and never realized he went back in, like, that to me was odd. But I other than that, I don't know of anything that is very specific incident that would be, helpful at this juncture.
Okay. And when did you, before you talked to him last week or 2 weeks ago, when did you talk to him before that? How long had it been?
Probably, so I talked to him January 10th. I definitely talked to him in December live, probably mid-December, and then I had some email exchanges with him in December as well.
Okay. And did you see any change in his personality between then and last 2 weeks ago? Or
so I'm sorry, I cut out for a second. What did you say? I'm sorry.
And between the time that you saw him in December and the time you spoke with him in January, did you see any change in No.
Like I said, the only change, which was a bit surprising to me, was that he had referenced he had moved back in the house.
Okay.
So like I said, he mentioned something, and I said to him, are you back in the house? He said, I'm back in the house. I said, why, how? He's like, I'll get into it when I see you live.
Okay. And you don't know if he was with Danielle at that point or not. You were just on the phone with him, right?
I do not know if he was with Danielle at the time. We were just on the telephone, correct.
Okay. And then your interactions with Danielle, there's never been any aggression, anything that she had done or said to you?
No.
Aggressively? Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we haven't spoken about that you think, would be important for me to know?
No. I mean, I have a couple of questions that I don't know if you can answer or not, but maybe, do you mind if I ask them and you can tell me whether or not you can answer them or not?
Yeah, you can ask them, but, like I said, unfortunately, it is an open investigation, so there's probably not much I can give you.
Right.
But, you can definitely ask.
So, do you all know where the kids are and if they're safe and not hurt?
Yes, they are. They're with Danielle's stepfather.
Right.
And they are here in Winter Park with him.
Got it. Okay, and they're not injured?
Excuse me?
They're not, and they're safe and not hurt?
They're not hurt, no.
All right, great. Thank you for telling that, because that was a question that a lot of us were just kind of wondering and didn't didn't know. And are you aware there's a memorial service that's been planned for him, or a funeral service on Monday?
I heard a little bit about it. I didn't, someone had mentioned it. It's Monday, you said?
Yeah, it's. Do you want to know? I have all the details. Do you want? I mean,
that would be great.
Yeah. So let me tell you. Let me read the text, and there was something a bit odd, kind of around this. But hold on one second. In my opinion, it was a bit odd. But stand by for just 1 second. I'm trying to make sure I pull over safely while I look at my phone. So there's a memorial service Monday, January 28th, so next Monday at 11 a.m. at St. Margaret Mary Church in Winter Park.
Okay.
And there is a viewing at Di Giuseppe Funeral Home this coming Sunday from 3 to 5.
Okay.
Now, what was odd about this when I got this information, so obviously you guys are probably familiar with Dr. Richard Lapchek, who Mike worked for at UCF.
Yes.
So he was supposed to be on a conference call with a group of people to talk about like some fundraising or scholarship efforts for RED's children with 3 other people. And apparently he didn't make the conference call because he said he had to talk to Danielle about the arrangements, and that surprised a lot of us because a lot of us feel in some form or fashion Danielle may have something to do with this. So it was just sort of odd to a lot of us that she was involved in talking to Lapchik about some sort of services or arrangements. But again, we're just, hypothesizing. But as friends and sort of reading the tea leaves, that was just a bit odd to us. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Okay. Now you say you think she had something to do with it. What is your, and I know, again, you said you're thinking, what do you think happened?
So again, reading whatever reports and whatever information we had, and just sort of the circumstances that were suspicious around it, and the problems that are going on, because I've heard some things, again, it's all hypothetical, that Danielle was seeing somebody else, that their daughter Jaden was seeing an older man, Danielle's mental instability and raging, and then when the TV report of, dried blood and things like that, somebody had said that they thought Danielle was taken from the scene with some stab wounds, and is she crazy enough to try to heal defensive? We all just sort of feel Red isn't the kind of guy that had enemies, okay, and he never appeared to be mentally unstable to any of his friends.
Okay.
And so naturally, when you kind of, at least the public information that was reported out there, and then other hearsay, and then other things we kind of just all know, I think there are just candidly several of us that feel that she may be involved and or have something to do with this, whether something just snapped. I don't know, but I think a lot of us feel that she, and then, like, I was going to ask you this, and I know you probably can't answer this, but apparently somebody reported today through, like, West 2 News's people that they thought she was actually going to be arrested today.
Yeah, unfortunately we can't comment on that.
Right.
I can't really give you any information on that.
Yep.
But, sorry. Eventually we'll be able to, give out information, but at this point there's really not much that we can do or say.
Right. And the fact that the 911 call hasn't been released yet, and again, anytime something comes up and gets reported right away that somebody was, in this case, our friend, right, was found dead, and people do come out and say it is suspicious, and then you hear things like the reporter peeking in the door, and that people didn't feel he died of natural causes, and peeking in the door and reporting, I see dry blood on the couch and on the wall and on the floor, and the police going back, last Friday or whatever it was, to collect more forensic evidence from the cars. And so again, and knowing what we know, it's very hard for us, unfortunately, and none of us want to believe it, that Danielle perhaps did not have some type of role in this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we just, in full honesty, when you say to me, why do I think that, I just wanted to give you a true, honest opinion and answer to your question, Detective.
Okay, well, I absolutely appreciate that, and I'm sorry that we can't give you more information.
Yeah, no, I understand.
But with time, it's once
it's
open.
Do you feel that your investigation is getting to a point where you may be able to talk about or decide that you might have a sense of what happened, or is that not something you can answer either?
Yeah, I really can't on that either. And I'm also not the primary detective on the case.
Right.
We all work together in these cases, so I can't really speak for our primary detective either on what she feels, or there's really not much that we can disclose. But like I said, when we are able to do so, we absolutely will, and we'll let you guys know.
No, I appreciate that.
All right. Well, is there anything else that you feel that I should know?
No, other than I'm glad you called me back, and I'm just hopeful that I'm hopeful that at least that you found this helpful to the investigation.
Absolutely. And one more thing, you did mention here at the end that Danielle was seeing somebody else. Is that something that Michael told you?
No. Somebody else said that they had recently heard.
And who was that?
Who told me that? At this point, honestly, Detective, I don't even remember.
Okay.
I think it was something secondhand, and again, I don't, there's a couple of things that sort of have gone around in phone calls and text chains where some things are believable, some things aren't, and some things in a situation like this, as I'm sure you can probably appreciate and you've seen before in your career, just pop up and you don't know if they're true, not true. Or
absolutely.
So.
I understand. Okay, and just for the record, Mark, do you swear and affirm that everything you told me today was true?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Well, I really appreciate you giving us a call. And again, if anything pops up that you think we should know about, or if there's anything that you need to ask us or anything you want to tell us, feel free to give me a call at this number, okay?
Yes, thank you, Detective.
I'm sorry for your loss.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, Detective.
The current time is 13:40.
Everyone in the neighborhood? We're just doing the neighbors nearby, and this is Detective Wagner of Glen Park Police Department. Today's date's January 12th, 2019, and it's approximately 11:39 a.m. and I'm at 1271 Mayfield speaking with Janice Reeves. Ms. Reeves, are you aware of what happened at your neighbor's home?
Not at all.
Okay, and how did you wind up with the dog?
Well, I heard the sirens.
Okay.
And I just got back from a walk. I went to Mass, and I got back, and I heard the sirens, and then I saw them stop, and I thought, well, I wonder if someone had a heart attack or something, one of the kids. So I waited maybe 15 or 20 minutes, and everyone kept coming, and I thought, and I seen Danielle standing out there, and I thought, well, if I can take Leo, the kids, so I went over and I said, is there anything I can do? I texted her.
Okay.
And then I went over and I said, is there anything I have to do? She said, no, I can't talk.
Okay. And what time was that?
I have no idea.
Okay. What time do you usually get back from Mass?
Well, I usually get back around 9, but then I was doing things in the house, so maybe 9:20, 9:25.
Okay. And how do you know the family, and how long have you known them?
Just neighbors.
Okay.
For as long as they've lived there.
Okay. About how long has that been?
I don't know. I'll guess 5 years.
Okay. All right. And you said Danielle, so you know her. Do you know the husband also?
I've met him.
Okay.
I've been to their house for Thanksgiving.
Okay. And that's what I was going to ask. Do you guys socialize on a friendly basis?
Not really. Maybe. I think I've been there. Well, I bake cookies for the dogs and the kids, so.
Okay.
We don't do a lot of things.
Okay.
Sometimes we'll walk. We've walked maybe 3 or 4 times in that time.
Okay. All right. Do you know? Okay. I guess so. You know how their relationship is. Do they have a good relationship?
They had a rocky relationship for a bit, but I don't know what the status is now. I haven't spoken with her in probably a year and a half, 2 years.
Okay. When the relationship was rocky, what was going on then? Do you know?
I don't think he was living there.
Okay. Did she talk to you or confide in you at all about, why he wasn't living there? Okay. And did they ever have verbal arguments that you heard?
No.
Or any physical confrontations that you saw?
No.
Okay.
Did you ever see her with any like bruises or
No.
scars or anything?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And him also?
Him I very rarely see. Very rarely.
Okay.
So I couldn't comment.
Okay. And then this morning, she really didn't give you any information?
No, she just said, I can't talk. So I hugged her and I said, I'll pray for you. And are the kids okay? Are they here? She said, no. And I said, I'll take Leo because we have dog dates.
Yeah.
I said, I'll take Leo if you need anything. And she didn't say anything. She just...
Okay. Did she say, why the fire department had responded?
Nothing. That's all she said to me when I texted her and then I asked her and she said, I can't talk. And that's all she said.
All right. So you have no idea?
I have no idea.
What happened?
No.
Because you had mentioned you didn't, you said something about heart attack. Did she say anything?
No, but I thought, Mike is a little bit older than she is. And I thought, anything can happen to anyone at any age.
Right.
So I thought, gosh, I wonder if, because I saw her and I didn't see him. And I thought, well, I hope everything's okay.
Okay.
So no, that was just.
Okay. And as for video cameras,
no,
you don't really have any, even though you got the little sticker there, so we're like, oh, good, you got audio, video.
It's a little lie. No,
that's
it's
okay.
But
it helps deter criminals, so we understand.
Yeah. Yeah,
So.
I do have the alarm, but no.
Okay. All right. All right. And that's really all. I just wanted to ask you,
Okay.
that information. If there's anything that you think of, the primary detective, that's her card, Pam
Okay.
Ware.
Okay.
And you can call her with anything else.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and end this recorded interview, and it's approximately 11:42 a.m.
This is Detective Giruso at the Winter Park Police Department. Today's date is January 23rd, 2019. Current time is 12:25 hours. I'm going to be attempting to contact Rob Rafool at 317-224-9701, returning a phone call in regards to case 2019-46000053.
Hello?
Hi, may I please speak with Mr. Rob Rafool?
Speaking.
Hi, how you doing? This is Detective G. Russo with the Winter Park Police Department.
Hello, how are you? Can I turn off my music real quick?
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Thank you. Alexa, stop. All right, sorry about that. It's just a lazy world we live in now.
Yes, exactly. Hey, it works.
Yeah, right.
I'm actually returning your phone call. I'm sorry it took me a few days, but we did get your voicemail, and I just wanted to return your call and touch base with you.
Yeah, I don't have anything specific on that, obviously, but I do know Mike knew Mike and Danielle from the time that they were in Indianapolis, and I just know that the marriage was rocky. I'm sure some of you guys are finding some of this out as you do your investigation, and I guess for lack of better words, I also know that she's been batshit crazy. Like, I've seen weird sides of her before in the past, and it's, when my friend Tony Baroni called me and told me what happened Sunday after that happened, one of the first things I told Tony was, Tony, unfortunately, this doesn't surprise me, and I think that's kind of where it went with a lot of folks. If it's going that way that you guys see in your investigation, but times when I'd call Mike just to check in on him, he would say a couple things to me. He'd always say, she's going to take all my money and divorce me, or she hasn't killed me yet. And some was kind of tongue-in-cheek, but I know that there's just a very dark side of Danielle that was very, very, very just mean to Mike.
Okay, and you said they lived in Indianapolis with you. How long ago was that?
4 years ago, I believe, was when they moved down there.
Okay, that's when you moved down there?
No, they moved from Indianapolis to Florida.
Okay.
Yeah, and like I said, we spent a lot of time with them when they were here. I'd just call Mike, and just check in and just, talk with him and see how he was doing. But it was just a very rocky relationship, and she was like just a mean person, especially to him.
And when was the last time you saw him, just in person?
Yeah, last time I saw him was probably a year and a half, 2 years ago when we were down in Orlando for a family trip.
Okay, and you...
And him and Sawyer, their son, just met us at the pool in the hotel that we were staying at. And literally my wife, the first thing she said to Mike was, "Hey, Mike, great to see you. Is Danielle batshit crazy still?" Like, that's just the kind of person she was.
Okay. And do you have any examples of, you said that she was batshit crazy and that they were rocky. Do you have any specific examples that you were witnessed between the two of them?
Yeah, one of them that kind of comes, really front and center is it was her 40th birthday party. And it was me, Mike, Danielle, my sister, and my brother-in-law that went out to dinner at Ocean Prime. And that was when Mike accepted the job at UCF, so he was kind of traveling back and forth. And so then my wife made the reservations at a restaurant for her birthday. And she was like very, very just like mean and pissed off about the fact that my wife made the reservations for her birthday versus Mike. So then we get to dinner, and, we're just saying about, when you guys leave, it sucks, and all that kind of stuff. And then I don't know exactly what was said. It was something kind of tongue-in-cheek, just a funny comment that was made at the table. I believe it was from me, I guess, for lack of a better word. I said, "What are you going to be, a sex instructor at UCF?" Just kidding around. Mm-hmm. And her demeanor and face and everything just changed, like weird, right? She went to the bathroom, and then she came back, and you could just cut the tension with a cord, like with a knife. I mean, it was just very, very, very just strange and just a weird take on it all. So then the next day, Mike called me. He's like, "Did you pick up on some of that stuff?" I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "Did I do something wrong?" I'm like, "No, Mike, I don't know what it was or what happened or what changed, but something was way off there with that whole situation." And it was just really bizarre how she would just trigger at times.
Okay.
Through some of that, I don't know, like, there's nothing, like I said, I know specifically about that incident that occurred a little over a week ago, but I do know that there's a history of her being very, very, very mean, just strange, like, just, I don't know, it's just hard to explain, but like I said, unfortunately, it's extremely sad, but when friends talk, we're like, it doesn't surprise us.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, did you ever see any physical altercations between the two of them?
No, I did not.
No physical? Okay.
No.
Okay, and now you said that he said to you, she's either going to take all my money and divorce me or kill me?
Yeah, it was like, just kind of like, how are you guys doing? And he would always be like, "Well, she hasn't killed me yet." And it's just kind of like, haha, like, you know what I mean? Just,
yeah.
That, or she hasn't, when they first moved down there, they didn't have a pool, and they're at their home, and they're building a pool, and you would just say, "Yep, she's just going to town, spending all the money, and she's going to either spend it all and divorce me, or, just that kind of stuff,
About how long do you think that this was their issue, that they had this issue in this unstable marriage? Was it as long as them, or?
From what I think, it's been a while. I think, can I go back to something just else popped in my head? So after that dinner that I alluded to, Mike, like I said, was down at UCF just getting started. And then Danielle came to our house and was like really trying to paint a very bad picture about Mike to my wife. And Mike, I'm sure as you're talking to people, interviewing people, you're seeing that he was a great guy, fun-loving person, very warm. Everybody just loved being around Mike, right? Mm-hmm. And so then Danielle was just always kind of like just that just didn't. It's just weird, right? And so she would come over to my wife and say he's an alcoholic. He's verbally abusing me. He would then say that, or she would say that it's very personal, obviously, but he had like erectile dysfunction, right? There's a big difference between their age. And she said that like you'd have to take a shot in his penis, and that he would get very like aggressive during sex or whatever. But then there was a time, and I don't know if you learned this. I believe it was a year ago. It was all hearsay on my end, so I don't know anything concrete about it. That she did attack him before, and that she even attacked her daughter Jaden before during that same night that something weird just went down.
And when did you hear? Who did you hear that from?
A good friend of ours, Tony Baroni.
Tony Baroni?
Yeah.
Okay. And when did he say that happened?
It was probably a year ago, maybe less than a year.
Okay. And he lived here or there?
Tony lives here in Indianapolis.
Okay. And did he say that he spoke with Michael and Michael said that happened, or?
Yeah, I believe that's how it went down.
Okay. And then, he just told you that he heard that she physically attacked him and Jaden on the same night?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have Tony's phone number by any chance? See if I can...
Yeah, I do. And somebody already spoke with Tony as well.
Someone did? Okay. All right, then.
Yeah.
We have a few people, working together, so I wasn't aware. Awesome.
Yeah.
So, hold on 1 second. So you said you would describe Mike as great guy. Everyone loved to be around him. Did he have any? Did you ever see him angry or aggressive or anything like that?
No, I've never seen that side of Mike, and I've been around him for a while when he was here, and it truly was like just a genuinely like a great guy. I mean, just you wanted to be around him. And I think some of that stuff from context of their marriage was he was obviously very successful. I think she came from a challenged family. There's some things that are as goofy as, and again, this is true, but I don't know if you guys learned that Mike years ago actually was married to Danielle's mom.
Okay.
And
years ago, how long would you say?
I believe like when Danielle was like 25 years old, her mom passed away from cancer.
Okay.
And Mike married her to get her insurance.
Okay.
So that was like what's that?
To get Danielle's mom insurance?
Correct, yeah. Okay. So there was nothing there like physical or emotional. It's very weird, obviously. But then when she passed, there's, I don't know how long it was between when him and Danielle got married. But that just shows like there's just some weird crap that, who knows how some of that stuff mentally, if Danielle could never get past some of that stuff or was weirded out by, who knows,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally understand that. When was the last time you spoke with Danielle?
It's been years.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, she's somebody that, like, I wouldn't want to necessarily be around. Like, I wouldn't make an attempt to try to hang out with her.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever, has she ever gotten violent or aggressive towards you?
No.
Okay.
But she's just, like, it was just the way she treated Mike and, I mean, genuinely mean to him, and it just wasn't a good situation.
Yeah. And now, were they at any point separated or anything that you know of?
Yeah, recently.
Okay. And did you speak to him during that time?
Just through text during that time.
Okay. And did you learn anything about their relationship at that point, or was it?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Tony does, though. Tony knew more in regards to some of that stuff. And again, like I said, somebody already spoke with Tony. Tony's the one that introduced me and Red, because they had history working together in Memphis.
Okay. So, and he spoke with him during that time?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And you said you knew him for a total of how many years?
It was probably, I met him probably when my son was probably 7-8 years ago.
7 years ago? Okay.
Yeah.
And if you, looking back to 7-8 years, was there ever a time that because you're describing them having a rocky marriage, and was there ever a time that you saw them, happy to be together, or not such a rocky marriage, or the entire time you knew them there was?
No, the entire time I knew them, it was always just uncomfortable, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Like, and if they were like having a good time, you could really see through it that it was like manufactured. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like nothing was genuine.
Okay. And just one more thing, you said I know you described Michael. If you could describe Danielle for me, how would you?
Conniving, controlling, mean, just fake. I mean, truly, and I'm not. That's truly what would come to my mind.
Okay. No, that's we need honesty, and I like to hear from everybody. So, whatever that's how you feel. It's good to know that.
Yeah.
And then your wife, she witnessed this incident as well on the 40th birthday.
Yes.
Do you think she'd be willing to talk with us?
Yeah, I mean, she's right here if you want to talk to her.
Yeah, that would actually be awesome.
Okay. Hey, Heather. The police department wants to talk to you on the phone right now in regards to the 40th birthday.
And Rob, before we hang up,
I'm sorry.
Get your date of birth.
Yeah, 7/12/72.
Okay, and your current address?
15316 Evanston, EVANSTON, Close, CLOSE.
CLOSE?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's Noblesville, Indiana.
Okay.
And then zip code is 46062.
Okay, thank you. And then you said you're putting Heather on the phone?
Yeah, and like I said, then Danielle came over a couple nights after that, just to kind of talk very badly about Mike and make it about him, so you may want to talk to her about that, too.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thanks a lot. If you guys need anything at all, please don't hesitate to call, okay?
Okay, thank you, Rob. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Bye.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing? This is Detective Giruso at the Winter Park Police Department.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm fine, thank you.
And you said your name is Heather?
Yes.
And same last name, ROFOOL?
R-A. R-A-F? Yeah.
Okay, and Heather, what's your date of birth?
10/25/1975.
Okay, and you live in the same house as Rob?
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
To make sure. So, I mean, I know you know why Rob and I were speaking. We were talking, we're about a little bit about the Redlicks, and how do you know that family?
I know them through mutual friends. Tony Baroni introduced us to them when they moved up here, or moved over here. I can't remember where they moved from, but our friend Tony, who wasn't living here at the time, introduced us to them.
Okay, how long was that, you think?
Oh gosh, I'm trying to think in comparison to Sawyer and my son Max. They were pretty young, and I had two little ones, so maybe 3 years ago. I'm not really sure offhand.
Okay, no worries. And how would you describe both Michael and Danielle?
I guess Michael, we loved hanging out with him. He was just a genuinely funny guy, always seemed to want to make sure everyone was having a good time and caring and very generous. Danielle, a little bit different. I don't know if it was the age difference between the two, but she was always friendly, but always seemed like she didn't like being here, living in the Carmel area or what have you. She just seemed to just not be a happy person. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Just kind of just opposite of Michael. What it sounds like.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, she put on a good show, but I think as we got to know them a little bit better, and on a more personal level, other than just meeting for dinner or drinks or what have you, she just seemed to kind of open up a little bit more. And I just feel like maybe the times when we all would go out, she just seemed kind of fake. If that is a good word to use, I guess. Kind of if she were depressed or what have you, and just, put on a happy face, because everyone else around her was happy,
Yeah. And how would you describe their marriage?
Like I said, her putting in the beginning, it seemed, everything was fine. I think that was just because we didn't know them that well at the time, and then as we got to know them a little bit better, she would divulge a little bit more information to me. I remember one particular incident. It was maybe a month or two before her 40th birthday. She had come over and to try some clothes on, and then she stayed to chat, and just kind of mentioned to me that she wasn't happy with Mike, that they weren't seeming to get along. Noted some sexual things to me about their relationship. That kind of, threw me off because we knew each other, but I don't think, on a close friend level, it just seemed, it was very uncomfortable kind of. But I, opened up with her just because she didn't know anybody here in the area besides myself and my sister-in-law. So I let her talk and stuff like that. And, after that then was her 40th birthday party, where things kind of took a turn, I guess, from our level as far as noticing how different she really was, in regards to being out with friends and that, being out in that situation, being able to kind of see a different side of her.
How did she act when you say you saw a different side of her? What did she do?
That night of the party, I remember like a month or so before that, she had mentioned it was going to be her 40th birthday, and I said something like, oh, well, let's, go out to eat or let's do something. And she said, well, no, I want Mike to plan all of it. And I'm like, it's really no big deal. I'm like, where do you want to go eat? What do you want to do? And I can't remember if I ended up making the reservation for the restaurant or if Mike took care of that. I know he had been traveling at the time. But we had met there at the restaurant, and my husband and I arrived prior to them, and we went to the bar area and got a drink while we waited, and there was an area back in the corner that had some balloons and stuff like that. And, they came in then, and my husband jokingly said, oh, Mike, look what you did, and, was joking about the balloons. And I think she thought that it was really for her. And then when she realized it wasn't, it kind of took a turn. She was very angry with him for not doing something extravagant for her birthday, which we kind of found odd because she didn't really know that many people. I don't know if you would have thrown a big party, there wouldn't have been, a lot of people to have had invited. And it was just supposed to be a nice dinner. She acted strange throughout the dinner. And obviously I don't remember, it's been a while, what she was said exactly. But I know she was angry with him. I remember her saying weird things to us and to him. And then getting up and like storming to the bathroom or what have you. I remember that night always sticks out in our head because my sister-in-law and I say, it was just, we remember getting up the next day and talking to each other and being like, wow, that was really strange dinner, Yeah. It was just a very awkward and very uncomfortable after that happened. And I think at that time I kind of distanced myself from her just because I didn't know for sure what was really going on, what was really going on. With them. I mean, we saw them after that here and there, but it was more, my husband would see Mike, I think, more than we would actually hang out with the family as a whole.
Okay. Did you ever see them in any type of altercation?
I've never seen them in a physical altercation, no.
Okay. And what about arguing back and forth? Did you ever see them argue? Or
arguing a little bit, yes. We were at their house once. I believe it was warm out because I remember sitting outside, and she was on him about something. And he was always, I think, in every situation, just very kind of like, I don't know if he just didn't like conflict or he just is so laid back that, he was just kind of like, okay, whatever, and kind of let her do her thing. and just kind of take a step back and let it go. Like I don't know what would happen after we have left, but I never saw anything physical happen. And anytime I think anything happened, it was always coming from her side.
Okay.
As far as being upset or what have you.
Okay, and what about their alcohol use? Did you ever see either of them drinking alcohol or excessively drinking alcohol?
Yeah, whenever we hung out, my husband and I enjoy drinking sometimes, and, it did seem, like whenever we would all be out together, we would consume alcohol.
Okay, and did you notice any change in either of them once you started drinking, or?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
I mean, I think most of the time we did hang out with them, alcohol was involved, so I don't know if that, maybe added fuel to her fire. He always, like I said, was laid back, so I never really saw any changes in him or, showing any sort of signs of anger or what have you.
Okay. So you wouldn't describe him as an angry person or anything, like very laid back?
No, I never saw Mike angry at all.
Okay.
It just kind of that's what makes me sad about the whole thing. He was a good guy.
Yeah, it sounds like he was, and, hopefully we can get everything squared away and take care of the kids. Did you ever see them with the kids? Yeah. I mean, a few times because we have a son that is 10, and I believe Sawyer is 11. And then Jaden always helped me out with the little ones because we have two younger kids than two. So when we would hang out as families, the kids would play and we would hang out, and it seemed happy and fine. The kids seemed happy. Okay. And they got along well with the parent, Michael and Danielle?
They seem to, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate your time, both you and Rob. We appreciate you giving us a call. I'm sorry it took such a long time to get back.
No, that's okay. Yeah.
If there's anything that you guys need or anything that you guys think of that, may help us, feel free to give us a call.
Yeah, definitely. And we're kind of putting bits and pieces together as we kind of overcome like the sudden loss. So
I'm so sorry for the loss. And
yeah, thank you.
Like I said, if anything comes up that you would like to share with us, just please don't hesitate to give us a call, okay?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. You take care.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
Current time is 12:50 hours. That's the end of this recording.
This is Detective Ware. It's January 12th, 2019. It is 15:22 hours, and I will be interviewing Jaden Redlick, white female, 15 years of age, with Detective Sergeant Supat. I don't want you to freeze up here. I'm always cold. I can get in. Jaden, first of all, can I just have you spell your name?
Yeah, J-A-D-Y-N.
J-A-D-Y-N. And do you have a middle name?
A-R-I-E-L-L-E.
And last name?
R-E-D-L-I-C-K.
Okay. And what's your date of birth?
9/26/03.
Okay. And do you have a phone number?
317-501-1302.
And
Did I understand that you stayed at your friend's house last night?
Yeah.
Okay. What friend was it?
Mary Meyer.
Mary Meyer. And where does she live at?
She lives on Chantilly Avenue, right off Howell Branch.
Okay. Okay. And, obviously, we're in front of your house. There was an incident that happened, and I know that your parents had been fighting. Can you tell me a little bit about what happened this week?
This week with my parents?
Yeah, was there anything specific?
Nothing like too specific. My parents used to be separated. They never, they're obviously not divorced, they're living together, but yeah, they've just like gone through a lot together as a couple and as like a family. We've been through a lot this past year.
Okay.
So I don't really know anything too specific about why they were arguing, but I know, they were kind of in a heated argument this week about something.
Okay. And when you say heated, like, what do you mean?
Just like nothing crazy. Just like they weren't on good terms, or like it was clear, like in like my house, like you would notice, okay, like they might not be on like the best terms right now. They're not like too crazy or anything when they're arguing. They just, raise their voices, I guess. So.
Okay. Before we go any further, I just want to, I know you're 15?
Yeah, 15.
Okay. And you go to Winter Park High School?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And, so you're in 10th grade?
Yeah, I'm a sophomore.
Okay. So I just want to make sure you know the difference between a truth and a lie.
Okay.
So if it's kind of hard to explain what a truth is and what a lie is, so that you see the truck in front of us?
Yes.
Okay, if I said that was a blue truck, what would that be?
A lie.
Because why?
It's silver.
Okay. And so the truth, how would you define the truth?
Like in that example?
No, in any example.
I guess something that's accurate and like specific.
Okay. Okay.
And we're not trying to insult your intellect.
Yeah, we're not.
It's very smart kid. But we just want to make sure that in this conversation, when we're able to talk to somebody, that they understand the difference.
Yeah.
So, like the example that she provided, she said, it's a blue car, but in actuality, like you said, it's a silver. So, let's say we look at that car and I ask you, what color is that vehicle? What color would it be?
Silver.
And is that the truth or a lie?
That's the truth.
Okay, and what makes that the truth?
Because you can like visually see that it's silver and it's not like,
Let's say somebody went up to that vehicle and started writing with a marker all over it, and it was me. I wrote all over it, and Pam came up to me and said, who wrote all over my car? And I said, it wasn't me. Would that be the truth or a lie?
That's a lie.
And what makes it a lie?
Because you did write on it.
Okay. So if you were, let's say mom asked you if you clean the dishes, and the dishes are still sitting there, you're like, I already did the dishes, and she comes and she sees them, they're not done. Would that be a truth or a lie?
That's a lie.
Okay. And would mom do anything if you didn't clean the dishes and you lied to her?
She'd probably take my phone or just make me do the dishes.
So there's some kind of punishment if you lie to her? Or
yeah.
Okay. So it's the same concept here. If you give false information, there could be some kind of penalty for that if you lie.
Okay.
Because in a minute, Detective Ware is going to swear you in. Do you know what that means to be sworn in?
No.
So basically, it's you raising your right hand and she's going to swear you in. It just means that you promise that in the conversation we're going to have, you're going to tell us the truth.
Okay.
Okay. So there's certain questions, and like I said, we appreciate you coming here, coming to talk to us. You're not in any kind of trouble. You can leave at any point. We just, we wanted to talk to you about what's been going on with mom and dad, and obviously the people that live there wouldn't know the best about what's going on to give us a better idea. But Detective Ware will swear you in, and then we'll just have a couple of questions, and then you came with somebody, right? Like some of your friends' parents. Are they still here?
No, they They just left. I came with my friends.
Oh, so they left already?
Yeah, because I have a babysitting job today, and she's doing it with me, my friend Mary.
Okay.
So she was going to
back?
go to it, yeah.
How old is the kid that you're babysitting?
I think I've never babysat them before.
Oh.
She babysits for them every week.
So it's kind of babysitter training.
Yeah.
Cool.
And they're having adults over, and they're bringing kids as well, so they asked me if I could help her.
Good experience.
But they're younger.
Awesome. All right, so we're just going to swear you in. We'll talk real quick, and then we'll see where Mary's at, I guess. So
okay.
I'm going to talk to her, and hopefully we'll do that baby sheet instead of John. So. Okay? Thank you.
If you just raise your right hand. Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that everything you say is going to be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And the penalty of perjury, that just means that if anything that you say is true, and that if you lie, like Sergeant Supad said, there could be consequences for those. But you swear that everything you say is going to be true?
Yes, I swear.
Okay. So you said that earlier in your statement, you said that it had been, like, this whole year, you guys have been going through a lot?
Yeah, all of 2018.
Okay. And it started, like, at the beginning of the year, or?
Yeah, in January.
So what can you kind of describe, like, what happened?
Well, last January my parents were on pretty bad terms because of they always tell me, they're like, you're too young to understand. So I don't know the exact reasoning, like, yet, I guess. But my dad moved out because they were separating, but they weren't getting a divorce. Okay. So he moved out in April of last year, and he moved back in I think late October.
Okay.
They've always had like an off and on relationship for like I think the past 5 or 6 years. And of course I was something like an incident happened with me last year in September. And that caused a strain on, like, some stuff in my family. So from, like, September to, I'd say, about early December, there was, like, not tension, but we were all going and, like, trying to work through some things that had happened.
Okay.
So, but pretty much after that, it started to get really good. Like, I had a better relationship with my parents, and I felt more connected to them. But just recently, like, just this week, it's been rocky again.
What do you think is causing it to get rocky?
I mean, I'm not really sure. I think something happened where last year my dad met this woman, and my parents were separated at that time, and that was when they were saying, okay, we're gonna get a divorce. So I guess he was talking to this other woman, and my mom was really hurt by that, and she had an app on her phone, not a dating app. She told me she showed me the app. It was for work or something, because she's trying to get back into work because she hasn't had a job in a while, and some random guy was flirting with her or something, but she didn't respond, and my dad saw that, and I think that's what caused an argument or something.
Was that recent, or?
Yeah, I think that was what went on this week. That's what I'm thinking.
Do you know what the app was called? You said it was a work app?
I don't know what it was called, but...
What type of work was she looking for?
My mom is trying to get back into... She's a really good writer, and she's always been in... She has a photography... She's certified in photography, so she loves to write and take photos, so I think she was trying to do something in that area, maybe I don't know, for a newspaper or something.
Okay.
So she was trying to find opportunities.
And when you said your dad had a relationship with another person, do you know if he was still having a relationship with somebody else, or?
No, that ended I think a while ago. I think it kind of occurred in January and February, and he stopped talking to her because my mom wrote her a letter and was saying, like, we're not divorced, like, he's still married. Like, leave my family alone, basically.
And has she told you anything recently? Because your mom said anything that she suspected him seeing somebody else? Or?
No.
Okay, so it was mainly that he suspected. And why would he suspect that she was possibly seeing somebody else to that message?
I don't know exactly how he thought that, but maybe, I'm assuming maybe he saw her phone or something, and this guy texted her or something.
Do you know what it said, or did your mom show you what that message said?
She only showed me one, and he just said, it was him texting her, and he just said, like, oh, like, I'd love to meet you and discuss some stuff, and he was like, you look great in your profile photo. So he was just flirting with my mom. But my mom wouldn't. She told me, I have a really close relationship with my mom. She told me that she didn't have anything going on with this guy or anything.
It's okay. This week, when that happened, you said they kind of got in a verbal argument, I guess. Did your mom stay at the house, or did she leave, or?
She stayed. I came home from school, I believe it was Thursday, and she basically told me, because, you know, my family, we've gone through so much together, and she told me, she was like, when Dad comes home, I don't know, he's angry with me right now, so if you, like, sense tension, or, like, I'm just warning you, like, I'm gonna tell my little brother Sawyer, too. Like, she said, I'm gonna tell Sawyer, too. Just, like, you know, me and Dad aren't on good terms right now, basically.
Okay.
And he came home, and, you know, he didn't yell at her or anything. My dad is just he's a very sarcastic person, and he was just very snappy with my mom, and was kind of like, you know, being sassy to her, and he was just being kind of rude, and that's basically how it went.
Okay. And, do either of them drink a lot, or were there any?
My mom used to not have issues with drinking, but she did use it as, like, kind of a coping mechanism when they went through a rough time.
Okay.
But she hasn't drank in a while, I don't think, for, you know, as a coping mechanism like she used to. But more recently, my dad never really used to drink, but he has recently. I guess more than I used to see him drink.
Okay. Was he drinking on Thursday?
Yeah. As the night went on, he was drinking.
Okay. And your mom stayed there at the house and things? Okay. And was there anything that you noticed, like, could you hear them arguing, or?
Well, my we're all pretty loud, so I did hear them arguing.
All right.
Yeah.
Can you tell, like, what they were saying?
My dad was just like, he was accusing her of, like, talking to, like, several different men.
Okay.
And he was saying, like, you know, I don't know. He was, like, saying, oh, are you going to go on a date or something? I don't know.
Okay.
Nothing.
Kind of like being sarcastic, like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And this is when he was drinking also?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how much he had to drink, or?
I do not know how much he had to drink.
Okay. Did they sleep in the same bedroom?
No. I don't think they did on Thursday.
Okay.
They don't usually sleep in the same bedroom.
Okay, so when your dad moved back in late October, they don't sleep in the same bedroom usually?
Honestly, I'm always in my room,
okay.
So I'm not sure, but I think some nights they do, but other nights they don't.
Okay. And, if they don't sleep in the same bedroom, where do you know?
My mom usually always sleeps in the master bedroom.
Okay.
My dad, we used to have an air mattress upstairs, and we kind of have like I think it's like a futon upstairs. So he sleeps up there, or he'll sleep in my brother's room, and my brother will sleep. He likes sleeping upstairs because he has, like, his game console up there. So he'll sleep upstairs, or he'll sleep with my mom.
Okay, your dad has a game console upstairs.
No, my brother.
Oh, your brother has a game console upstairs.
Yeah.
Okay. So your dad will either sleep upstairs or in your brother's room?
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything said between like you and your dad on Thursday or this week?
Not, I mean,
like argument wise?
Thursday I did get in kind of an argument with my dad. I was like angry with him because drinking is like a sensitive thing for my family because yeah, it's just like a sensitive type of thing in my family, and I was like angry with him for drinking, so I kind of yelled at him a little bit.
Okay. When you say it's a sensitive thing, why?
My mom's biological father, he's a war vet, and he's an alcoholic, and he's been drinking for like 30 plus years.
Okay.
And it's also, I think it just kind of runs in my family, like my mom's side and my dad's side.
Okay. Like alcoholism?
Yeah.
Okay. And are your mom's parents still alive, your grandparents?
My grandmother passed away from breast cancer like 20 years ago, but her biological father is alive and her stepdad is alive.
Okay. And do you visit them at all, or?
Yeah, we used to more, but they live up north, so I don't see them as much anymore.
Okay.
But they come down to visit us like every 2 summers.
Okay. So, you saw both her stepdad and the biological father?
No, just her stepdad.
Just her stepdad? Okay. Does she have any dealings with her biological dad?
I don't necessarily know too much about their relationship, but
Okay.
I haven't seen him in a few years.
Okay. And where does the grandpa that you used to see, where does he live at?
He lives in Cleveland. Her stepdad does.
Okay. Is there any other family that?
Yeah. Basically all my mom's like family lives in Cleveland except for her real dad.
Okay.
He lives in Philadelphia.
Okay. And does she have like aunts? Do you guys see aunts and uncles and
Yeah,
cousins?
we see our cousins. Me and my brother see our cousins a lot. My mom, they're her cousins, but we call him like our uncle.
Okay.
So we're not related to them by blood, just by marriage. But yeah, we see our cousins when they like to come down and visit us, and we see one of my aunts who likes to come down here too.
Okay.
With her cousins.
And they all live up north, though?
Yes.
Okay. And your dad, does he have any family? Do you see, like, the grandparents or anything?
His family has mainly passed away.
Okay.
But she was my great aunt, and she just passed away like 2 years ago, but I used to see her. She used to live in Boca Raton.
Okay.
Did your father have any brothers or sisters?
No, he's an only child.
Do you have any family here in Florida?
My cousin and my mom's niece lives in Miami.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
Sorry, I don't want to cut her off, but you have mentioned they had fights in the past. Has anything been physical?
At points, yeah.
When's the last time you saw them get into a physical confrontation?
Not for a while. I think sometime last year, but I don't really remember the last time. I think maybe right before my dad might have moved out, or when he was living at an apartment. I think maybe one time then, but it's been a while.
Okay, so when you describe like Thursdays and Saturday, where they're both arguing, and you kind of also got into a verbal argument about him drinking a lot. Was there anything physical on that day that you observed?
No.
No. So it was all verbal between the two?
Yes.
Was anything yesterday, were you with your parents, or did you go after school to your friends? Did you see them at all?
Yeah, I was home for a few hours, and then I think around 5 or 6 I went to, like 5:30, I'm pretty sure I went to my friend's house.
Okay. Were they together in the house when you came around that time?
Yeah, they were.
Were they on speaking terms, or how was their demeanor?
My mom picked me up early from school because we had a pep rally, and I didn't want to sit through the pep rally, so she picked me up early. And me and my mom, we were just running errands, and like there was nothing wrong. Like, me and her have a really good relationship right now. And when we got home, my dad was home, and when we first got home, they didn't argue or anything like really badly yesterday from when I was home, but he was just kind of salty and like rude to her, pretty much.
Like what did you observe that made you think they were being salty?
When we came back from running errands, he was like, you like better make up a good lie as to where you were, because I guess he was just saying like, were you like on a date or something?
Like, was it because she had been gone from the house or something? Like, why did he think she was out somewhere else?
I think he was coming home from work, and when he got home from work, he automatically assumed my mom was like running off and doing something. But right after school, we stopped by my house, and we immediately left because we had cleaning people home at our house. So we left like immediately, just because we didn't want to bother them. So it was like about an hour of us just out again running around, and then we came home, and my dad was like, oh, I've been here for like an hour and a half, and we're like, no, you haven't, because we were here. And that was like it really.
So he was just again, just talking about that. What I guess them did was that text or whatever he had observed.
Yeah, I don't really know how he figured out that someone was texting her.
So now, you had mentioned that at one point your mom had coped with alcohol, and what do you consider a lot of alcohol for her? What was she at the time drinking?
Mainly wine.
When's the last time you saw her drinking wine?
I think New Year's Eve, my parents went out because they were invited to like a gathering with their friends. So I was home with a few of my friends watching my little brother for the night, and they came home, and it was New Year's Eve, and I just knew my mom was drinking wine, but they weren't arguing or anything.
Did you see her drinking any alcohol Thursday, Friday, or when you saw her yesterday, Thursday or yesterday?
No.
And when you said your father, he usually is not the one that drinks, but it seemed like recently he has. What's a lot of alcohol that you would say? How would he act when he drank alcohol?
Well, he usually just kind of. My dad he's a very sarcastic person, and my dad I used to always see him as like my best friend. So if anything, when he drinks, it's like he's just like, he's not angry or anything. He's just like trying to like talk to me and my brother, or like he tries to annoy us, but not like in a bad way, like a joking way.
So when he drinks a lot, you would describe him as would he be more laid back, or
well,
than his original? Or
I guess he's more laid back, but I think Thursday was like one of the only times I've seen him like visibly get really angry when he's drinking.
And how was he acting when you say angry? What was he doing for you to think that he was angry?
He, I have a lot of sympathy for my mom because I know she's been through a lot, and we haven't always had a super close relationship, but we have more recently. So based on everything she was talking about, like she was just saying how, like her position in the situation and explaining things to me, and my dad was being rude to my mom, like just, sassy, and something he said kind of made me angry, because I was just like, I don't want you to like be mean to her like that. So I kind of snapped at him, and he just kind of snapped back.
If you don't mind me asking, what did he say that,
I don't really remember what exactly he said, but I remember I was just like, it made me really mad. I was just like, oh, like, shut up, like, don't say that.
What was his choice of drinks?
I think vodka.
Okay. And when your mom drinks, how would she react? How would she get when she drank too much?
My mom, sometimes she's really like giggly or like laid back as well, but if her and my dad were on bad terms and she was drinking, then she would be more like angry, I guess, and kind of make it clear that she wasn't like, she didn't like, I don't know, everything that was going on at the time.
In the times in the past that they've had this physical confrontation that you've observed, who was usually I guess, not better words, but who would be the more aggressive one to actually physically touch you?
My mom.
Yeah. And so what would your father do if she came at him, let's say, was hitting him? What would he do?
Probably he would like call her crazy or something.
Or would he, hit her back, or was he the type that would avoid and just try to walk away?
I don't think he hit my mom back.
Have you ever observed that?
I've never seen him hurt my mom, like physically, but I think he might have once in the past or something. I think maybe like I remember one time when my mom was drinking, she was just like, "Oh my gosh, he just pushed me," but because my mom was kind of attacking him. But
yeah. There was an incident that occurred like in January, around the time that you said, around the time that I guess they were separated. Did your mom get arrested for that or something like that? Do you know what happened there? What that's about?
I never really knew what happened with that whole situation. I think I just know something did happen.
Was one of them arrested?
Not that I know of.
So you don't know what happened or whether or not she or he got arrested or nothing like that?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. It just sounded like something was there. I was curious as to that. Have we ever came to your house in reference to an argument? We as in the Winter Park Police Department or maybe any other police department? In the past?
Yeah, actually.
Winter Park or?
Winter Park.
And how recent was that, do you know?
The last Super Bowl, February of last year.
February last year, and what happened there?
They were in an argument, like one of their arguments that they got into, and I think my dad was just like, "Oh, I'm gonna call the cops on you," and I think he did call the police.
During that argument, did she become physical towards him?
I don't remember in that one. I think she was just really angry, and she was, I think, she knocked down this, I think it was like a bar thing that we used to have, and it broke, and there was like some glass on the floor, so my dad immediately was just like, "Oh, I'm gonna call the cops on you," but I don't think she was physical in that.
Were you home during that time?
Yeah.
Did you see what actually happened?
I did not see what actually happened. I was in my room. I was actually at my ex-boyfriend's house, and then I came home.
Yesterday, you said you and your mom went out and ran errands. Where was your brother?
He was still at school. My mom picked me up from school at 12:30 because we were on an early day schedule for the pep rally. So I was in my last period of the day, and she picked me up. And he was still at school. He had a normal day. And sometimes he stays, I think, maybe not an hour after school, but a while after school, because he's the head of patrol at Lakemont, and he just has extracurricular stuff there.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So then when you guys got back home and your dad was already home, did you guys go get him?
He rides his bike.
Oh, he rides his bike home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So was he already home by the time you guys got home?
I think he walked in. No, I think he walked in like a little after we got back.
Okay. And then I understand he had a football game last night?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. And what, did they go together or separate, or?
I was at my friend's house.
Oh, okay. So you had already left.
Yeah, but my mom sent me a picture of my brother on the field last night.
Okay. And, And your dad coaches?
Yeah, I think he helps with the coaching.
Okay.
Where's your dad work at?
UCF.
What's he do?
He works in the DeVos program. I'm not really sure what his title is, but I know he does work with the DeVos program.
And I don't know what is the DeVos program.
I think he helps graduate students kind of get into the more sports business side of like teams and stuff.
Is he involved in that type of? Was he like in sports in the past?
Yes, he. No, he used to work at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Oh, okay.
And he worked for the 49ers.
All right.
And I think the Cavs. And the Grizzlies, the Memphis Grizzlies.
Have you talked to your mom this morning or anything?
My mom texted me this morning, and I saw it when I woke up. She just was saying like, "Hey, good morning." She texted me and she said, because we're very honest with each other, she said, "Hey, like if you want to stay at Mary's for a few hours, you can today, because usually they pick me up pretty early from sleepovers." But she said, you know, you can stay there for a little while today because some stuff is going on or something. She said, there's stuff going on here. You can stay at Mary's for a few hours.
Okay.
Because she didn't want me to like be upset when I came.
What time was the text? Do you remember around what time she had sent that?
I think 10 a.m.
Does your brother have his own cell phone too?
He has an iPad and an iPod Touch.
And do you know he spent the night over at a friend's house last night? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
That.
Okay.
I don't know if he did or not.
All right. Is there anything that we haven't asked that you think is important for us to know as far as the family dynamics and whatever arguments been going on recently?
No. Honestly, I never used to be, really close with my mom because I never really understood things, but I went through like a really like traumatic experience like a few months ago, and it really brought me and her together. So nothing really comes to mind as far as like things that stick out.
And just so we know, you don't have to go into it, but the traumatic experience, like it didn't have anything to do with anybody else in your family?
No.
Okay.
Not with my family.
You had mentioned something, and again, if you don't want to answer this, you don't have to. It's just out of curiosity. But you had mentioned that when about a year ago, when they had that strain in their relationship, it was something that occurred with you. Can you just vaguely, just give me an idea of what that was about?
That was a few months ago.
That's the same incident?
That's the same, yeah.
So the strain didn't have anything to do with your parents, it's more your personal life that you had to tell them about?
Yeah, I'm trying to think
sorry,
of.
I don't want to.
No, it's totally fine.
Personal.
I used to have a friend who I trusted, and he took advantage of me. And I remember I told my chill counselor at my school, like my guidance counselor, and all of a sudden DCF came to my house, and this woman straight up, flat out said to my mom, your daughter was raped. And it took a really big toll on my mom and my dad, and they just didn't know how to handle it. So it's been a process of healing for them as well as me. Mm-hmm. But ultimately it brought us together in a way.
Well, I'm sorry I had to ask that, but
it's okay.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't that for any reason that you were being victimized by anyone, for some reason that put a strain on you. But I appreciate you being honest. And obviously, it's just relevant for us to know that it wasn't somebody that we need to take care of.
Yeah.
But again, we appreciate your time. Can you give us a couple minutes once we're done before you start calling your friends to pick you up and all that?
Yeah.
Just need a couple minutes to talk, and then I might need to talk to you again. So you have your cell phone, right?
Yes.
You got your cell phone?
Yeah.
I think you wrote it down somewhere. Yeah, you gave it to us. All right, so we'll give you a call shortly, but you're going to be around here. All right, thank you very much.
Here's my card.
Okay, thank you.
If you have any questions, you can just hold on to it.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll find out. Your Mary already left, right?
Yes.
To the babysitting job.
Yes.
Where is that at?
I don't know the address, but I can get it from her.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. So you can just give us a couple minutes, and then we'll see if we can get you there or what's going on. Okay? All right. We're just gonna shut the car off.
Okay.
Okay. You can get out if you want to.
Okay.
You don't have to.
Is that car running?
All right, so let's remember that we just heard from Jaden Redlick, and I guess our next one is Redlick. We've got so much. We actually can hear from Tony Baroni. But we'll listen to that tomorrow. It kind of sounds like her mom manipulated her, putting. Yeah, it's. I would expect her to be a little. Okay, she knows the father died at this point, right? But my hair, because I've been playing with my hair. But she doesn't really sound that upset, does she? I mean, I know shock and all that stuff, but she doesn't sound like that. Like her life is like, okay, even if she's in shock, like oh my gosh, my life is changing, or I don't know what we're going to do, or is my mother in trouble, or like, you don't think she knows? I think she knows. How could she not know at that point? Okay, I'm going to have to find out because how would she not know at that point? The police are all over the freaking house. I don't know how she wouldn't know. I don't know. It's very odd. How would she not know what's going on? It's a small town. She was staying at a friend's house very near her house. She's not seeing all the police presence at her house or anything. She doesn't think it's weird that officers are picking her up in a car and talking to her? But wouldn't you think she would even be like, okay, she seems like a very intelligent 15-year-old. She seems to understand a lot of things. Wouldn't you think she'd be like, wow, what happened at my house? Is everything all right? What's going on? If, police officers picked me up in a car and you would think you would be like, everything's going to be all right, right? What's going on? Are my parents okay? What's the matter? I think you would be even more shocked if you didn't know what was going on. No, I know they met somewhere else, but I'm saying she's in a car with 2 officers. But wait a minute, there is no school that day, Scooter. It's a Saturday morning.
Talking about the case, honey?
Yeah.
No, I don't get it. That shit creeps me out. She's worse than looking at the body. It's all occurred. Letting it happen like that. Maybe that's what made it. The body was laying there, maybe I'm trying to think like, how do you speak and let the guy lay there and die,
No, she didn't ask anything like that.
She's not innocent.
No.
She's a bad girl.
No, this is the daughter we're talking about.
Okay.
She had nothing to do with it.
Oh, I'm not talking about her. She's talking to me. I'm not talking about the daughter. I'm talking about the girl. The wife.
Yeah, but I don't know. You would think if the police are there and talking to her that she would think something happened. Maybe she wouldn't think that somebody died, but wouldn't she think, like, is my mother in jail again? Is my mother arrested again? Because her mother was arrested already, and she says she doesn't know any details of that, but I don't know. I do think it's really crazy. She probably thinks they just got in trouble from fighting. The people she's with are probably shielding her from whatever going on at her house. I assume they told her something when they arranged. Hi, Daisy girl. I don't know. It's really strange. That's really, really strange. Just think about how, like, one of her friends texting her, like, there's crime scene tape all over your house, and the medical examiner is there, and there's blood all over everywhere. Can you imagine? And we heard your mother was taken to the hospital, and the coroner's there. I don't get it. Maybe they told her not to get on the phone with her friends, but I don't know. Maybe Deb on the move, yeah. I don't know. The daughter has to think something really bad happened, but just didn't think that bad. I don't know. She never asked, where's my mom, where's my dad? Right? Where are they? So where does she think they are? I don't know. Probably wouldn't want her to know before they got to. Yeah, I know, but it's like so weird that she doesn't know. Well, did you hear that other guy that said, we won't bring the kids in the house, but can we go in there? That's so crazy. Can we, he wanted to go into the crime scene. I don't know. I gotta go to bed. Oh, there's no way she... Have you seen the pictures put in? Have you just joined us? Go back and look at some of those pictures. There's blood all over the place. Tremendous amount of blood all over the place. She did ask a lot of questions further. I don't know. Oh my goodness. I don't know, but there's a lot of discovery to go through. I'm telling you. If the trial is anything like it was today, I'm getting more out of this than the freaking trial. The trial had horrible audio. They were playing things, probably things like this for the court, but you couldn't hear them through the, just through the audio on the way it was. And it was just, I don't know. I'll watch again tomorrow, and I didn't think they had very powerful, I didn't even think the prosecution had a powerful opening statement. So, but I still think she's going to be found guilty. Their son and daughter were both at sleepovers. But there's a lot of stuff to go through. So, we'll keep continuing. I think everybody's looking to do it. I didn't watch the trial, just waited for you. I enjoyed listening to you break it down. Yeah, I think that's I'm learning a lot more like this. Same Carolyn, I wanted to throw my computer. I couldn't hear them in court. Yes, I was driving me nuts, and it was like, you couldn't hear anything. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Every time they played something, their audio was horrendous. Anyway, I'll still put it on tomorrow while I'm doing stuff. I've got to go back and fuddle around with the dolls and stuff, and I have some here, but get some things done, and we're gonna do that acid cleaning of the shells, and I've got so much to do. I don't know what. But I'll listen to it again. I just wasn't impressed with it. And I've found out a lot more listening to these interviews myself about, from their friends and stuff. And, going through the crime scene photos and, we've only gone through like a little smittens of the discovery. We've got a lot of discovery to go through. So we'll do that. We'll keep doing that and see what happens. All right. Thank you, Angie. But I will see you guys. See you guys tomorrow or in a few hours. I'm going to bed later now, and now it's not good. I still got to go get up real early. All right, because I have to get down and do some stuff. Oh, thanks, Angie. All right. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. I want to sit up and listen. See, this is like with the Watts case. I just listened to the interviews the whole time I was sleeping and everything. I was just crazy. When I got up in the morning, I was listening to them. When I was making my coffee, I was listening to them. It was like nuts. I couldn't stop. And I just want to sit here and listen to more, but I'm going to stop because we have to go to bed. Hi, Annie B. But we'll do more tomorrow. All right? All right. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I love you guys. Take care. God bless. Prayers for all that need them. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye.